Guten Morgen, Deutschland. Willkommen in WACKERSDORF. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful springtime day here on Sunday morning for the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. 239 drivers from around the world for this, the first of 4 rounds of this year's series. We've already raced twice with the Winter Series to kick off 2025. This is the first of 4 rounds for the European Championship here at WACKERSDORF in Germany, Klinek at the Steel Ring Circuit for round 2, Genk in Belgium, and then Sarno for round 4. We had torrential rain at times on Friday. It was clearing yesterday. Beautiful sunshine here this morning. The track is dry and we are ready to race the first of our 7 pre-finals, starting with DD2. Let's firstly check out some of the highlights from this weekend's action in the direct drive 2-speed category before we race their pre-final this morning. The highlights from DD2 so far this week here at WACKERSDORF. DD2 direct drive 2-speed. This is WACKERSDORF and they are going to be the first carts out onto the circuit. The 34 gearbox category carts are ready to go on a dry circuit this morning. Great to have your company wherever you are watching us live around the world. It is springtime here in the beautiful Bavarian countryside, around about 1 hour's drive from Munich, 15 degrees Celsius. It is sunny here this morning. We had consistent and at times torrential rain on Friday. It did clear yesterday, so qualifying and the first of our 12 heats on Friday on a wet circuit. It was dry yesterday, and you can see we've got beautiful springtime sunshine ready to race the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final here this morning. The carts come out onto the circuit and the grid looks like this. The Austrian Manuel Tenschert on pole position, Jakob Beschel out of grid 2, Tommy van der Stroes out of grid 3, Petra Beschel, both the Beschels former European champions 2 and 4, driving the Czech MS karts, Fredrik Zebes. From Aalborg in Denmark for SP Motorsport, Philip Muizzi, vice champion of the world, WK 444 out of 7, Rania Vidas, Semniopjes, Bendejabo, Len Nice, who won at Viterbo, Leon Mandel, Will Ellswood, Nico Picor, Masters driver Fabian Bock, who took pole position outright, did the German, Zenderu, Leonardo Baccalini, Edgars Volkans, Michael Rosina, Val Kurstens out of grid 20. Lawrence Herbol, William Norbeck on the 11th row of the grid. Christian Baumgartner, another of the ubiquitous Austrians here this weekend. Ludovic Sabaran from Canada, Nico van der Pavert, Marco Drittenpraus, Patrick Neischer for the car team Meyer from Switzerland. Balchunas, one of the multiple Lithuanians here this weekend, Martinez. Then it's Maurice Knopjes from the Emirates. Luca Neuenhausen, Dimo Nota Francesco, also a Masters driver. Guillaume Noyes Gerolatus and Brandon Klein. Final grid position, but unfortunately the Brit is out after retiring earlier on in the weekend. Noyes Gerolatus makes his way down through, out of turn 6. This is the field being formed up behind the Austrian Manuel Tenschert. The first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Beautiful springtime sunshine here at WACKERSDORF, the circuit built in 1997, managed beautifully by Stefan Fritsch and his team, Procard WACKERSDORF Raceland. one of the finest car racing circuits in the world here in Bavaria. And it's the German-speaking driver to the left of your screen on pole position, the Austrian Manuel 10 shirt, alongside Jakob Beschel. We race for the first time in 2025. Jakob Beschel goes around the outside, but it's Tommy van der Stroes, his Craft Motorsport teammate, who goes through to P2. Frederick Zebes on the outside, the Dane trying to go through to P3, but the SP Motorsport Card Republic slips back to P5, a clean start for the first of our 7 pre-finals. Here this morning, it's the Austrian Manuel 10 shirt who leads the way, 484, the Birrell Art, as they go down the hill through the chicane for the first time here at WACKERSDORF. Into the first of the 2 hairpins, turn 11, this is turn 12 coming up. The Birrell Art and then the Craft Motorsport carts 2, 3 and 4. Back to the SP Motorsport Card Republic of Zebes as they crest the rise for the first time. Shirt, Jakob Beschel, Tommy van der Stroes, Petra Beschel. Goes up the inside, the Craft Motorsport drivers, the 2 Beschel brothers going on through. 3 Craft Motorsport carts, but remember, Tommy is driving 454. That's a Cosmic. And the Czech drivers in the Czech carts, the MS carts built in the Czech Republic, being driven by the drivers from the Czech Republic. For the Craft Motorsport team from here in Germany, it is the German-speaking driver from just over the border in Austria, Manuel 10 shirt, who leads the way. A clean start for the first of our pre-finals here this morning. We see the first of the Masters drivers, Fabian Bock, defending from Nicolas Picol. The second Masters drivers of the Masters drivers, Zenderu, goes through. He just takes Michael Racina, Leonardo Baccalini, the 2 Italians, 14-15 back to Rania Vidas, former Grand Finals champion of the world. There are multiple Rotax Max World Grand Finals champions here racing this weekend. The first round of the European Championships here at WACKERSDORF. 10 shirt, then Beschel, Tommy van der Stroes, Len Nyes. What a start from the first of the Belgians. Took a dominant race victory at Viterbo, the second round of the Winter Series. The 2-round Winter Series to kick off 2025. Len Nyes up to P6. He takes Christensen, WK back to 7. And Len Nyes with a 50.083. Quickest lap of the race at this early stage. Lap 4 of 14, the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-finals. You can see to the left of your screen. Len Nyes moving up through the pack. P6 from the 6th row of the grid. Into the 49 now, 49 second bracket. An incident further back, you just saw the abandoned carts on the side of the circuit. Sem Nopjes, the Dutchman now living in the Emirates. The Hungarian champion, Ben Dejabo, who was third in last year's European Series, is out, as is Christian Baumgartner. Those 3 drivers have all retired. That's bad luck for Sem Nopjes, the Dutchman from the Emirates. There's the Austrian from the 2 Czechs, dives down the inside, tries to make a move up into turn 3. Manuel closes the door on Jakob. It's Beschel from Beschel, the MS carts. Second and third back to the Dutchman, Tommy van der Stroes. Frederick Zebes, William Christensen, the Danes, 5 and 6. Different teams though. Frederick for Stampex Motorsport in the Card Republic, William Christensen. 444, the RS competition team, the team from Denmark, the driver from Denmark in the Tony car from the Belgian, Len Nyes. Move up the inside, nicely done. Jakob Beschel, the 2019 European champion, goes on through to take the lead of the pre-final here this morning. Craft Motorsport, 1, 3 and 4, split by the Birrell Art of the former vice champion of the world going back to 2023, the Austrian Manuel 10 shirt. First of the Masters drivers now, Fabian Bock, who is 11th outright. Zenderu just a position behind. A sensation in qualifying. We'll get back to that in just a moment, because you can see Petra has gone on through. It is Beschel, 1 and 2. Checkmate. The drivers from the Czech Republic, where we race the next round of the European Championships. Go 1-2. Jakob from Petra. And Tommy van der Stroes. Look at this. The team from Germany, here in Germany. 1, 2 and 3. Kraft Motorsport dominating the DD2 pre-final here this morning. The early race leader, Manuel Tenchert, back into P4. That's Zebes, Christiansen, nice. Mandel goes by Moitzi, Will Ellswood, Fabian Bach. Pole position in qualifying. DD2 Masters, also for the Kraft Motorsport team, Fabian Bach, and was the fastest driver outright. As you get a glimpse of Christian Baumgartner's Piroulat parked on the infield. Also an incident further back. It looks as though it may have been Nicolas Pico involved. No, it was Luca Neuenhausen coming together with the Montreal Cup champion, Ludovic Sabaram. Luca Neuenhausen, a DNF for the Dutchman in the very first heat with a broken exhaust on Friday in the pouring rain. The Kraft Motorsport drivers, 1, 2, 3, and there's their teammate Fabian Bach, P11, but the first Masters driver in the rain. He took pole position on Friday afternoon. As the teammates trade positions, Tommy down the inside of Petra. Fabian Bach, first Masters driver in qualifying, and actually took pole position outright. Fabian Bach with a 103.026, and it was Tommy van der Stroes with a 103.192. Bach, pole position in the rain in qualifying, faster even than the DD2 outright drivers. And now he has been passed though by Zenduro. XTR goes on by. Last year's Grand Finals champion of the world. A frantic battle further back. Leon Mandel right on the back of Len Nys. Beschel, van der Stroes, Petra Beschel, Manuel Tenchert still, Kraft Motorsport. 1, 2 and 3. Back to the Piroulat of the Austrian champion, Manuel Tenchert. Len Nys up into P5. The Card Republic for the Shepherds Racing Team 417. There's the Belgian, who won at Viterbo the second round off the Winter Series. 2 rounds to kick off the 2025 European Rotax racing season in conditions that were certainly not as favourable as we've got here this morning. In the beautiful Bavarian countryside, you can see the forests surrounding this magnificent WACKERSDORF circuit as the field crests the rise. 417, that was nice, going through ahead of Leon Mandel. Up the hill into turn 1, 101 kilometres an hour for Len Nys that time, and up 49.372, fastest on circuit. He closes in on the back of the Austrian, Manuel Tenchert. Luca Neuenhausen, incidentally, after that incident a couple of laps ago, is also out. We've lost Luca Semnopies. Ben Dejabo, third in last year's European Championship. And you saw the 4.26 of Christian Baumgartner, the Austrian, also retiring in the early stages of this DD2 pre-final here this morning. Still Kraft Motorsport, 1, 2 and 3. The team from the north of Germany, approximately halfway between Hamburg and Dresden. As we look at the Belgian, Len Nys gets the slipstream now. Up into turn 3, the best passing opportunity of the circuit right there. And Manuel knows it. He dives down the inside. Len Nys around the outside. Superb from the Belgian. Takes the both of them. Fantastic pass from the driver on your screen. The Card Republic up into third place. Kraft Motorsport now 1, 2 and 4, split by the Viterbo Winter Series race winner, who's also got experience racing in WSK, Direct Drive OK, NKZ2 as well. And we see Leon Mandel go through, the second of the Piroulats. Len Nys, that was a super pass, and now the Belgians in third place. Remember, there are points for the pre-final and the final counting towards the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. 2.5 laps remaining. The Belgian on your screen, Len Nys. Head of Tenchert in 4.84. Petra Beschel, the second Czech, the second MS kart. Now in 5 ahead of Leon Mandel. The two Danes, Christiansen, Zebes. Ellswood will now moves up into P9. Moitzi and XTR in P11, the first of the Masters drivers. Zenderu, the now Belgian, ahead of Michael Rosina. And the Estonian for the Kartletics team, Ranjaviris. 2 laps remaining here this morning. Jakob Beschel leads the way. Former Hungarian champion among his many titles. Jakob also finishing on the podium in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. 2023 it was. In Bahrain, where incidentally the 26th edition of the biggest race in the world, this year's Rotax Max Grand Finals, returns to the Arabian Gulf at the incredible world-class Bahrain International Circuit. Jakob finishing on the podium there 2 years ago. And looking to start 2025, the Euro Series on the podium as well. He's about to get the last lap board in position 1. Beschel van der Stroyes, the fastest qualifier in DD2. Tommy for Craft Motorsport, that's Len Nyes just behind. The last lap of the first of our 7 pre-finals here this morning. 49.369 that time for Len. Flying is the Belgian. It's MS Kart from the Cosmic and the Kart Republic in 3rd place. Increased variety in the Euro Series this year after virtually an OTK domination in the 2024 European Championship. 3 different manufacturers inside the top 3 on this, the last lap of the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Jakob Beschel rounds the final corner. The checkered flag waves. Checkmate. Jakob Beschel takes victory in the first of the 2025 pre-finals. Tommy van der Stroyes, 2nd place. Len Nyes, 3rd. Zenderu crosses the line in P10 as the first of the Masters drivers. There's Dithan Praus, Gerolates, Ludovic Sabaran, Balchunas. Nopjes crosses the line as the final finisher. It's Maurits Nopjes after the retirement of Sam earlier on in the race. Jakob Beschel takes victory here this morning and will start on pole position for the final this afternoon, the first round of the Euro Series. We take a look at the highlights of the first pre-final here this morning. Manuel Tencher, the Austrian, from pole position, leading the field up the hill into turn 1. Jakob Beschel around the outside. An initial good getaway from Frederick Zebisch, but was forced back to P5, ultimately finishing in 11th place. The top Dane was William Christensen. Animated earlier on, Manuel Tencher trying to defend P1, but mid-race it was Craft Motorsport 1, 2 and 3. Tommy van der Stroyes down the inside, the Dutchman into 2nd place, defending from Manuel Tencher, but ultimately, and that was the move of the race, Len Nyes could not hold off, and Petra Beschel did finish in P5. It was Jakob Beschel who would take the victory. Our first pre-final of the morning, and the Czech will start from pole position this afternoon, courtesy of that victory and the accumulated points throughout the heat so far this weekend. Jakob Beschel with the win from Tommy van der Stroyes, Craft Motorsport 1-2. Len Nyes, fastest driver on the circuit. Tencher, Beschel, that's Petra. Head of Leon Mandel, Christensen the first Dane, Will Ellswood, Philip Moitzi, and Zenderu P2, 10, and the first of the Masters drivers. That good initial start from Frederick Zebisch, up into 3rd earlier on, but ultimately finishes in 11th from the Estonian Ranjaviris, the 2 Italians, Michael Rosina, Leonardo Baccalini. Norberg, the 2nd Masters driver, was Fabian Bach, and Nicolas Picot in 17th place, the 3rd of the Masters drivers. Good effort there from Dimo Francesco, P24 for the Swiss driver, his teammate for the Kartmeier team. Patrick Neischer just finishing a few positions ahead. Dimo, the 4th of the Masters drivers. And Maurits Nopjes, the now Emirati, rounding up the field as the 5th and final Masters driver here this morning. Nice to have your company wherever you are watching us around the world for the first round of 2025. The Rotax Max Challenge European Championship. 239 drivers from around the world here. in the beautiful Bavarian countryside. We continue racing in just a moment. Mini pre-final A. It was Emerson Mac-Andrew Uran who took pole position on a very wet circuit on Friday. In great form all weekend, but we'll start this pre-final A. Emerson out of grid 7, Alfie Mao for the SFR Motorsport team. It will be Alfie on pole position. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. The third European Rotax race of 2025. Of course, we kicked off the new year with the 2-round winter series at Cremona and Viterbo, the 2 Italian circuits. Well, most of the time it was miserable and wet and raining in the appropriately named winter series, but beautiful Bavarian sunshine here in the southeast of Germany approximately. This is WACKERSDORF. This is round 1 of 4. The 2025 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. The first round here at WACKERSDORF in Germany. From here we go to the steel ring, Trinec, right on the Polish and Slovakian border. For the second round of the series, round 3 at the home of champions. That's at Genk in Belgium. And then the first weekend of September at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano, for the series final. And of course, the biggest race in the world, the 26th edition of the Rotax Max Grand Finals, back to the Arabian Gulf at the Bahrain International Circuit on December 6th. The first of our pre-finals raced here this morning. Nice to have your company wherever you are watching us around the world. DD2 and DD2 Masters, they have just raced the 2 mini pre-finals here this morning. Alfie Mare will start on pole position. Alongside Max Jolly, who's had a super run for Strawberry Racing this weekend. The Gillard alongside the Tony Kart. We'll take a look at the grid for you in its entirety in just a moment. Emerson taking pole position on Friday in the rain. Of course, he finished 5th in the grand finals. 2nd in last year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. The Dan Holland Racing driver, 102, alongside Leo Livings on the 4th row of the grid. But Alfie Mare starts alongside Max Jolly on the front row of the grid for pre-final A for Mini Max in just a moment. Just waiting for the word from our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. And the Minimax drivers will come out onto the circuit. Mr. Carlino assisted this weekend by his assistant race director from Trinec, Philip Trombik, as the cars come out onto the circuit. This is the grid for pre-final A for Minimax. Alfie Mare on pole, Max Jolly out of 2, Alfie Ward out of grid 3, and it's Matthias Drexler from over the border in Austria. Kees Moyes from the Netherlands. Harry Radcliffe has worked his way into P6. Emerson, who took pole position on Friday alongside Leo Livings. Josh Cook, and now the Italian-based Australian from the Emirates, Ava Lawrence out of 10. Arthur Ferro out of 11, Ari Kallenberg. The German Emirati out of 12, Gavigno from Romania, Ryan Rampardaraf, Klaus Hans, Vasquez, that's Jokobis, Emilias Judziaitis, that is, one of the multiple Lithuanians. They're 16, 17, 18 on the grid, Remagush, Krajchunis. Then we go to Albert Ferro, Connor Half, the German, Timek Pieta, and Nicholas Zelensky out of grid 22 from the Czech Republic. Nine laps for the Minimax drivers in pre-final A. Alfie Mare for the British SFR Motorsport team, 159. Max Jolly British champion for Strawberry Racing, 116, the Tony Kart to start on the outside front row of the grid. Watch for Alfie Ward. Inside second row for the now Emirati MLC Motorsport. It's the Cosmic 183. There's Max Jolly, 116. So Mayer has elected to start on the outside front row of the grid. We race the Minimax pre-final here this morning. That tactic, that strategy has worked beautifully. Alfie Mayer takes the lead. Alfie Ward slops up into second place. Jolly back to third for Strawberry Racing. We see Leo Livings trying to fight his way through the field. Down into turn 6 for the first time. A reasonably clean start for the moment. Looking also for the pole sitter. 1-0-2 for Dan Holland Racing. Emerson, McAndrew Uran. Into the first of the two hairpins. This is turn 11 for the first time. Up over the rise. Alfie Mayer leads the way. The Gillard TG17 chassis being shadowed by the MLC Motorsport Cosmic of Alfie Ward. Jolly, Radcliffe. It is Harry, in fact, up into fourth place from Emerson. The DHR driver dives down the inside, and the fastest qualifier who took pole position at this circuit on Friday in the pouring rain moves through to position 4. Nice pass from Emerson. Jolly in third, Ward in second place. It's Alfie from Alfie, Mayer from Ward. Radcliffe ahead of Ava Lawrence, who's made a super start. The Australian up into P6, now the Iron Dame for the Yas Marina Heat team. There she is, just going on through. Ahead of Matthias Drexler, what a famous surname that is regarding Austrian and indeed European motorsport. Matthias Drexler from Livings, Moyes and Josh Cook in P10. Across the line at 84 kilometres an hour. Under enormous pressure is Alfie Mayer, defends up into turn 4. Max around the outside, runs off the road, but gathers it all back up. That was nicely held by Jolly. It was almost into the grass. He does lose the position. We've lost Lawrence. You just got a glimpse of Ava Lawrence. She's out. And we get news from race control. Listen to this. Alfie Mayer is under investigation. Oh, wow. The race leader under investigation. Mayer did start from pole position. Crests the rise in P1, being shadowed, being hounded by Alfie Ward. Under investigation for a starting procedure infringement is the race leader, Mayer from Ward. Emerson moves through to P3. Back to Jolly, Radcliffe, Livings, Keith Moyes, the two Emiratis. Kallenberg's next, then it's Cook, Fedor, Matthias Drexler after the good stuff, the Austrian. Back to P11, head of the Dutchman, Ryan Rampadraf, Vasquez, Klaus Hans, Gravigno, Pieta, Yotzatis, Krajčunas, the two Lithuanians ahead of Zelensky Konahalf. And Ferro rounds out the field after the retirement of Lawrence. Alfie Mayer under investigation as Emerson. McAndrew Uren closes in on the back of Alfie and Alfie. Max Jolly still stays there in position 4 for Strawberry Racing. Alfie pushing Alfie. It is Ward pushing Mayer at 85 kilometres an hour. 87 for Ryan Rampadraf, the Dutchman for SP Motorsport in the Czech Republic. As Max Jolly puts in a purple 53.961. Only he and Emerson in third place under the 54 second bracket. Goes purple as Josh Cook puts in a fastest first sector, quicker than even the race leaders on your screen. Alfie Mayer continues to lead, but word from race control is he is under investigation. No further news for the moment as Emerson closes in on the back of Alfie and Alfie. Mayer from Alfie Ward. Max Jolly in fourth place, the Strawberry Racing driver, British champion, who also took victory at Warden Law in the north of England, the first round of the British Championships 2 weeks ago. The Strawberry Racing Team driver closes in on the back of the DHR driver, Josh Cook, really quick. Purple sector last time around, purple third sector as well. 53.742 for Josh. On the back of Leo Livings, Josh Cook now up into seventh place, just going down through the chicane now. The first four on your screen, Mayor Ward, Emerson McAndrew and Max Jolly. Around the outside, tries Ward, and goes on through, superb. Alfie Ward takes the victory. Takes the race lead, aiming for the victory here in the first of our Mini-Max pre-finals. Emerson through to position 2. As we start lap 7 of 9, 3 laps to race. Ward, Emerson McAndrew, and there is Max Jolly around the outside. Emerson sends it. Nicely done. Max attacks. Jolly through to position 2. Mayor from the race lead. Mayor under investigation. Falls back to P3. Harry. He comes Ratcliffe as well. Ward's in P5. That's Leo Livings going on through ahead of Josh Cook, Keith Moyes, and the German from the Emirates, Ari Kallenberg. The Austrian, Matthias Drexler, rounds out the 10. Emerson defends. Two laps to race in the first of our two Mini-Max pre-finals here this morning. Dan Holland Racing versus Strawberry Racing, the British drivers for the British team, who have gone wheel to wheel for the best part of the last 2 decades across the tracks of Britain, across the tracks of the world. In Rotax racing, they're side by side as they race down the hill into turn 6. Emerson on the inside. Nice pass, nice repass by Alfie Mayer, who puts the Gillard TG17 chassis back into second place. He is still under investigation, but for the moment runs in position 2. Emerson defends down into turn 11, the first of the 2 hairpins. Goes defensive, is slow on the exit. They're starting to bottleneck. Here comes Harry Ratcliffe. Races down the inside as they crest the rise into the final corner. There is Leo Livings, the British-Ukrainian for KR Sport, who moves up into position 4. Last lap. Emerson with the race lead from Alfie Mayer. Leo tries to make the move. There's Max Jolly, who's running out of track position. Can't get the momentum, can't get the track position. As Alfie Mayer attacks the back of Emerson, the fastest qualifier in the pouring rain on Friday for Dan Holland Racing. Half a kilometre, approximately 1/4 of a mile to race in the first of our Mini-Max pre-finals here this morning. Alfie Mayer for SFR Motorsport, the pole sitter under investigation, position 2, the fastest qualifier. Emerson looks back over his shoulder, crests the rise for the final time. Out of the final corner, and the checkered flag will wave. Emerson McAndrew takes victory after setting pole position in the rain on Friday. Great recovery. Remember, he started from grid 7, takes the win in the first of our Mini-Max pre-finals. Mayer second, Cook third, Ratcliffe, Jolly, Livings, Keith Moyes. The 2 Emiratis, Ward Kallenberg and Matthias Drexler from Austria, rounds out the 10. No further word from race control on that penalty, potentially. Actually, I'll rephrase that correctly. After that notification of under investigation for Alfie Mayer, as we take a look at the highlights, he did win the start. He did start from pole position. He led the race as Emerson McAndrew, starting from grid 7, made his way up through the pack, going down the inside to take the lead away. Alfie Ward in 183, Emerson into the lead. Max Jolly in second place, drove a great race, ultimately finished in P5 as they fought in the final stages. Harry Ratcliffe, the driver on the move, to finish in 4th place. A hectic finish. Leo Livings trying to make his way on through. Max Jolly running out of track position. The Strawberry Racing driver finishing in position 5. As we take a look at the results, look to the left of your screen. The Union Jack first through to 6th. Emerson McAndrew Urana takes the victory, the fastest qualifier for Dan Holland Racing. Mayor in 2nd, Cook in 3rd, that's Josh for KR Sport. Radcliffe, Jolly, Livings in 6th, Broncase Moyes. Alfie Ward, the German Emirati, Harry Cullenberg, and Matthias Drexler in the Paralympic rounds out the top 10. Then it was Ferro Rampadara who was quickest early on in the race. Vasquez, Klavs Hans, Jalzaitis, Timoshet Pieta, Gaviniel from Romania in the CRG. Connor Half, the German who had a tough run through the heats. Zelensky, Craig Tunis, and Ferro rounds out the field. Ava Lawrence did not finish. She was out on the 2nd lap of the race. And now the Australian, now living in Italy from the Emirates, will have to rely on points to make it through to the final this afternoon of round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Ava coming back on the back of the recovery vehicle as we prepare for the 2nd pre-final here this morning, pre-final B. The temperature up to 15 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining, no chance of rain here today. Thankfully, after a very wet, cold start to the 2025 Winter Series at Cremona and Viterbo. And also here on Friday, consistent rain throughout the day. It just eased up. The sun tried to poke through at times, but ultimately it rained all of Friday. Sunshine yesterday and again here today. Oliver Spencer will be starting out of pole position for Mini Pre-Final B. Alongside Tom Reed, they went wheel to wheel at Viterbo in the Winter Series. They're about to do likewise in Pre-Final B for Mini Max. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights from this weekend here at WACKERSDORF in Mini Max. Most of that action that you saw on screen, well, when you saw the action on a dry circuit, that was from yesterday, Saturday. The wet racing you saw was from the first of our heats held on Friday afternoon. Oliver Spencer, who took victory at Viterbo, will start on pole position for KR Sport in the Cosmic Kart alongside the Winter Series champion Tom Reed, SFR Motorsport. Mark Quesada on the 2nd row of the grid. Andreas Papagiorgio starting out of grid 4, now with Dan Holland Racing. We will keep an eye on the Cypriot, who has been in scintillating form here this weekend. Dan Holland Racing, 167. .21 karts on the grid for the Mini. The Mini Max Pre-Final B looking to start the final from somewhere near the front of the grid, these drivers. Spencer, let's be honest, he will be hard to stop. In great form for the team from Silverstone. Big news coming out of the United Kingdom. We'll speak about that throughout the broadcast. Construction of the new FIA International Standard Circuit at the Silverstone Formula One Grand Prix circuit is well and truly underway, looking for an opening later on this year, even if it is after the projected opening date of 2023, a world-class FIA grade international kart racing circuit, 1,400 metres, being built, being completed in fact as we speak at Silverstone, just on the inside of Turn 5 and Turn 6. The forthcoming British Formula One Grand Prix coming up soon. No doubt images of, or maybe they'll be obscured somewhat. But the new circuit at Silverstone, world-class, £8 million investment, almost completed, and we look forward to racing for many decades to come at the all-new CIK Grade 1 International Circuit being finished at Silverstone. The karts come out onto the circuit, as you can see, beautiful blue sky. Oliver Spencer leads the field. He'll start from grid 1. Tom Reed out of 2. Mark Quesada, the MKC Motorsport team, alongside the Cypriot Andreas Papagiorgio, Austin Oman, Riley Moreau. Look out for him for SPR out of 6 in the Kart Republic. Patricius Joches, Lucian Smith out of 8. Also for KR Sport, Andreas Kellerup and Mick Klinkers van the Netherlands out of grid 10. Guido Ebergeni from the Emirates, Dimitar Lazarov, that's the Bulgarian German, the Italian Maria Roberto, the Italian Brit we should say, she's out of 13, Jonas Pundish in the Paralin out of 14, Atika Mir from Kashmir in India for DHR out of 15, Christian Abel for Dams Racing, the Bosnian Dutchman from the Emirates, Benjamin Karacevic, Julian Duema, Dominic Rocha, Jack Fulbrookhammer, and Tijan Vesnava. And the Carlos Sainz 55 kart out of grid 21. Spencer 142. We just spoke about the Silverstone circuit. That's where the KR Sport team of Ashley Orchard are based. And they start on pole position with the Viterbo race winner, Oliver Spencer 142. Tom Reed, the Winter Series champion, out of grid 2, Mark Quesada. There's the French-Italian 104. Alongside the Cypriot Andreas Papagiorgio. Dan Holland Racing, super work all weekend by his mechanic Scott Briscoe, the New Zealander with former experience as mechanic. For now, Red Bull Formula One driver Liam Lawson and IndyCar star Marcus Armstrong watching his driver from pit lane in 167, the second generation racer from Cyprus, Andreas Papagiorgio behind Tom Reed, Spencer on pole. We race. Oliver Spencer gets a perfect start and leads the field up into turn 1. Andreas shoots to the inside but loses 2 positions. It's Spencer who leads. The field come out of turn 4 cleanly, safely for the first time. Mark Quesada looking to attack as the SFR drivers going on through. Great start from Riley Moreau as well. But it's Tom Reed in second place. The drivers who went wheel to wheel in the Winter Series at Viterbo, finishing 1-2. They started 1-2. They run 1-2. And the early stages of the Minimax pre-final here this morning. Tom under attack. Oliver escaping clear. Superstar from Riley Moreau. He'll come across the line in position 3. Position 2, in fact. He's gone by. Takes Tom Reed. Riding from grid 6, that's the Kart Republic, new manufacturer for the Sam Pollard Racing team for 2025. Big move down the inside. Austin Oman, also for Sam Pollard Racing. Goes on through, very slight contact as he tried to stop the kart. And now we see Riley range up on the back of the KR Sport Cosmic kart of Oliver Spencer. 142 down the hill. Oliver looks behind, was not expecting Riley Moreau to attack. Remember, he started out of the outside, third row off the grid. Cosmic versus Kart Republic. The first 5, back to Andreas Papagiorgio, who did not get a good start, but now recovers. He's in P5. Back to Lucian Smith, Mark Quesada. Falls back to 7 from Klinkers, Kellerup, Mario Roberto. Ahead of Atika Mir, the 2 girls, 10-11 from Patricius Joches, who's in fact just been passed by the Bosnian Dutchman from The Emirates, Benjamin Karacevic. Spencer under attack. Look at the first 5. Watch Andreas. 167 for Dan Holland Racing. Slight contact. Runs into the back of Tom Reed. They both lose time. They both lose track position. Smith goes on through. The 144 KR Sport. The Cosmic Heart. His teammate leads. Spencer under attack. That's Lucian Smith up the inside, trying to go through on Austin Aman. Sam Pollard Racing, the Card Republic, second, third. The KR Sport Cosmic of Oliver Spencer leads. Defends up into turn 4, needs to. Look at Lucian. KR Sport 1 and 4, split by the SPR Card Republics. As Riley rides the ripple strip. Marc Casada, the French-Italian for the MKC Motorsport team, not out of this either. Riley races down the inside, sensational pass. That was a fantastic move. Riley Moreau goes through to lead on lap 4 of 9. Minimax pre-final B here at WACKERSDORF in the Bavarian countryside here this morning. Spencer back to second. There's Casada. Coming under attack from Austin Aman, Tom Reed, Andreas Papagiorgio. After that slight contact earlier on, they're back in 6-7 from Kellyup. Maria, she's up into P9. Riley leads, Spencer second. KR Sport, P2 and 3. The Cosmics. They split the 2 Sam Pollard Racing Card Republics. Great performance from Lucian Smith there, 144. Spencer in second, of course, Smith qualifying P2 in the world at last year's Rotax Max Grand Finals. Just highlighting the strength of the British Championships, the first round of which taking place 2 weeks ago at the Wharton Law Circuit outside Sunderland in the very northeast of England. And again, the Union Jacks on our timing screen. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Back to the Dane, Andreas Kellyup. He's also driving a KR Sport Cosmic Heart. There's the Dane from Casada, Papagiorgio, Roberto, and Benjamin Karacevic, who's inside the top 10. Julian Duema in the Formula K kart, who had some impressive flashes of speed throughout the weekend. The German up into 14th place ahead of the Bulgarian German Dimitar Latsarov, Jonas Pundish. Just being passed by Atika Mir in the parallel. She goes on through. The leading trio pulling away. Austin Aman trying to defend from Tom Reed, and at the same time join into this battle. He may well do so. Riley having to defend. Spencer on the outside. Riley looks right, looks left. Here comes the team from KR Sport, the team from Silverstone in England. Riley Moreau in the Card Republic under attack. Smith looks back behind, flashes across the line at 86 kilometers an hour. Austin goes purple. Austin with a 53.644. Catching, he's right there as well. The first 4, the first 5, here comes Tom Reed from Grid 2 as well. Reed, the Winter Series champion, muscles his way on by. Austin Aman in 1-1-1. The KR Sport drivers, they were leading. They're now back to 3rd and 4th. Riley with the race lead. 2 laps remaining in pre-final B. Will quickly check the classification. As it stands, Alfie Mayer would start from pole position for the final of Minimax, the first round of the European Championship this afternoon. Morrow from Oman, that is. The 2 Sam Pollard Racing karts, the 2 Card Republics. The manufacturer from Padova, about half an hour's drive from Venice in Italy. The team from England, the drivers from England. Spencer also from Tom Reed, the KR Sport drivers. Kellyup is there as well, also for Team KR Sport. As it stands, the grid, of course, it changes every lap, every sector. Currently it is Mayer on pole, Spencer 2, Jolly 3, Reed 4 from Ward and Casada. We'll update you at the end of this race as we concentrate on the dying stages of the Minimax pre-final B here this morning. Sam Pollitt Racing, 1-2. Riley defending from Austin. Spencer back into third place, looking at an outside front row start unless he can get by not one but two Sam Pollitt Racing Card Republics. Riley from Austin, Oliver in third. Here he comes. Spencer for KR Sport trying to attack on the final lap of the race. Needs to take both of them to dislodge Alfie Mayer from pole position for the final this afternoon. Down into the turn 11 hairpin. Goes in deep, does Spencer. Perfect exit though from both Austin and Riley. The second hairpin, they crest the rise for the final time. SPR, KR, 1-2. It is the KR Sport of Spencer in third, but the checkered flag waves. Riley Moreau takes victory in pre-final B for Minimax. Aman in second, Spencer third, Reed, Smith, Quesada, Papagiorgio, Kellyup, Karakovic. Christian Abels in P10 with that provisionally and put an asterisk beside this statement. Alfie Mayer will start pole position for the final. Alongside Spencer, Max Jolly will start grid 3. Tom Reed grid 4, Ward 5, Mark Quesada grid 6, Aman, who crosses the line in P2, will start grid 7, and Riley, who just took victory a few moments ago, will start outside row 4, grid 8 for the final this afternoon. Again, I repeat, that is provisional. Put an asterisk beside that statement. Alfie Mayer to start pole position for the final of the first round of the European Championships for Minimax this afternoon. As it stands at the moment, Spencer drives back into pit lane after crossing the line in third place here at WACKERSDORF this morning. We'll check the order, the race result provisionally. Riley Moreau with the victory from Austin Oman. Spencer in third place. So Sam Pollitt Racing first and second. That victory earning Riley grid 8 for the final this afternoon. Note also the Union Jacks. First through to fifth here. In pre-final B for Minimax, 239 drivers from around the world here in the beautiful Bavarian countryside. This is WACKERSDORF. We have raced the first of our 3 pre-finals here this morning. We've set the grid for both DD2 and for Minimax. We take a look at the highlights first of all. Spencer from pole position leads the field up the hill into turn 1. Tom Reed on the outside into second place. The driver on the charge with a super start was ultimately the race winner. Riley Moreau's slight contact with his teammate it was earlier on. Austin in 111. Riley in 122. Spencer leading, but coming under ferocious attack. Super move from Riley to go on through and take Spencer for the race lead. KR Sport back to second and third. Austin on the charge as well. Smith around the outside. Ultimately finishing in 5th place, ahead of Mark Quesada. Spencer splitting the SPR drivers, retaking the lead briefly. But the teammates work together. Riley, Austin to take Oliver. And the Sam Pollitt Racing drivers, reminding you they are now on Card Republic equipment for 2025. Finish 1-2 in pre-final B for Minimax here this morning. The Union Jacks, look at that. First, second, third, fourth and fifth. Riley from Austin. Oliver Spencer in third place from Tom Reed. Then it was Smith, Quesada, Papagiorgio. 7th for the Cypriot, Andres Kellyup, Benjamin Karakovic. Good drive, ahead of Christian Abels. The Belgian for the Belgian Dames Racing Team in 10 from Rocha. In the croc cart, then the Dutchman, Nick Linkers. Joches Dimitar Lazarov ahead of Julian Duemer. In the Formula K, Atika Mir, Ebergeni, the two Emirati-based drivers, joined us. And after that good start, Maria Roberto finished down the field in 19th ahead of Jack Fulbrook-Hammer and Vesnava in 21st position, the final finisher. Just a moment or two away from the start of Junior Max Pre-Final A fantastic field as ever, 61 drivers in the junior category for this, the first round of the European Championship. Junior Pre-Final A in just a moment. Jacob Ashcroft will be starting off pole position alongside Boaz Maximoff. Great to have your company wherever you are watching us live around the world for the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge, the Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Racing Land in Bavaria, Germany. 1,190 metre circuit, thankfully on a beautifully sunny springtime day. Junior Max Pre-Final A in just a moment. We'll take a very short break, don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a very short moment to bring you some of the highlights of Junior Max, and then we race the first Junior Max Pre-Final here this morning. We'll be back in just a moment. Junior Pre-Final A for Junior Max in just a moment. Jacob Ashcroft, pole position for Den Holland Racing, alongside the Dutchman, Boaz Maximoff, for Boulevard Power. Before we race the first of our two pre-finals for Junior Max, let's check out some of the highlights from thus far this weekend here at WACKERSDORF in Germany. Fantastic images. You just saw a very close-up shot of Shun Sekaguchi, who took victory at Viterbo, the Japanese driver, the Asian champion from 2024. One of the multiple drivers for Dan Holland Racing, the team based at the Wilton Mill circuit in England. 239 drivers from around the world here in Germany for the first round of the European Championships. I have to confess I have not done the mathematics, but out of that 239, a good 50% or so have to be from Great Britain, including the pole sitter Jacob Ashcroft, who starts out of grid 1 for Junior Pre-Final A. The first round of the European Championships here this morning at WACKERSDORF. Rotax Max Challenge, various events taking place all around the world. The Swiss Championship taking place concurrently today in Vollen. Varenigem in South Africa, the Philippines, Argentina and Buenos Aires. Zuera today, the Spanish Championship, among various others. Jacob Ashcroft starts on pole position for Junior Pre-Final A alongside Boris Maximov, Kai Clark out of 3. Fredrik Flood Engelbrechts in great form for RS competition. The Norwegian Harry Freeman, the Winter Series champion, last year's European Mini champion Albert Friend. Max Swiderski van the Netherlands, Archie Lovett, Boris Verhaage and Luan Seidel in the croc cart out of grid 10. Myers Matunas, Sebastian Loisch, the vice Swiss champion 3 times, the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez, Jamie Ambrose. Goodson Zhangqi Mia is just ahead of Martin Soltich, Harry Taylor, Eason Cheng from Chinese Taipei, and Dragos Vasil Gute for MKC Motorsport out of grid 20. Rades Pashkul, Matthias Viva, Jack Collinson, Panelstein Mongkong from Thailand, Volkmar, Siedkowska, AJ Bergrat back on 27. Remember, took pole position twice in 2024. Mitaj for the Mumbai Falcons team, MLC Motorsport. Can Odslar, the Turk, who's had a tough run this weekend. Minguia out of grid 30. That's Lionel starting along ahead of the Canadian Olivier Chasset. Tough run for Can Odslar, and will need to drive superbly to make it through to the final this afternoon. 61 drivers in the 2 pre-finals. We're about to set the grid. The final 36 to race the final this afternoon. Round 1 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. Jacob 246, Dan Holland Racing on pole position. Boas Maximov, Boulevard Power, the Dutchman out of grid 2. We don't race. Another formation lap. Our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, assisted by Philip Trombic here this weekend, sends the drivers around one more time. It is a 13-lap pre-final, just over 15 kilometres. One lap, 1,190 metres. Close enough to 1.2 kilometres. The WACKERSDORF circuit, surprisingly almost 500 metres above sea level. Not quite, but very close to it. Beautiful countryside, beautiful forest, mountain biking trails abound and surround this circuit. The nearby lakes, absolutely picturesque. And of course, we are in Germany. There is no litter anywhere. I'm sure there's a driver from Birmingham somewhere on the grid. Unfortunately, many of you know exactly what I mean. Immaculately presented by Stefan Fritsch and his team here at Procard WACKERSDORF Raceland. Jacob Ashcroft on pole position for Dan Holland Racing. Junior Max Pre-Final A. We race. Great start from Boas Maximov from the outside front row of the grid, and the Dutchman goes through into the eerste positie. P1, the driver van the Netherlands, and Fredrik Flood Engelbrechts from Norway follows him on through. Jacob Ashcroft back into 3rd place. Being attacked by Kai Clark, 267 for Sam Pollard Racing, the Kart Republic in 4th. So Jacob Ashcroft from pole position just did not get the jump. The Dutchman goes on through, the former Dutch Minimax champion. P1 for Boulevard Power. Clean start, pre-final A for Junior Max. As we see Max Down the inside, that's Sadursky, but they're running off the road on the exit. Good initial getaway for the second Dutchman, Max Sadursky. Just coming across the line now. Head of Luan Seidel. And it's Goodson, Alex, head of Matsunas. As Kai goes by, Clark races up into third place. Ashcroft back into 4. Boaz Maximov from Frederick, but they trade positions. It's now the Norwegian from the Dutchman. Clark, Ashcroft, and Albert Friend. The Brits, 3, 4, and 5. The Norwegian leads. Lap 2 into turn 11, the first of the 2 hairpins. Frederick for Ralph Schunson competition. Jacob goes on by, retakes the place. Albert follows him through and takes the both of them. Superb from last year's European Minimax champion. Albert Friend for Strawberry Racing races on by, takes third place away from both Clark and Ashcroft. Frederick for RS competition. Remember, they won the first round of the Winter Series with Christian Sejersen, the Norwegian driver for the Danish team. P1. Boaz Maximov, Buvan Power in second place. Back to Albert, then Kai, Jacob from pole position in P5. Archie Lovett, Bottas for Haj, Harry Freeman, the Winter Series champion. Head for Luan Seidel, Sadursky, Leuch, Matsunas. Alex Goodson's next, head of Jamie Ambrose. Recent Winter Cup champion Alex Goodson, Warden Law champion a couple of years ago. Just on the outside of the top 10 ahead of Ambrose, the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez. Steinroncon, what a start from the tie. He goes by in 16th place. Frederick being shadowed by Boaz. Tony Kart, 1-2. Alex Goodson, we just spoke about the Warden Law Kart Club champion, goes fastest with a 51.465. We just got a glimpse on the side of the circuit, that initial good getaway for AJ Burgraff, but unfortunately the Dutchman is out. His Kart Republic parked on the side of the circuit, you got a glimpse of it, and the Dutchman will have to pray for the results to go his way just to scrape through to the final 36 in the final to make the final this afternoon. Frederick from Boaz, the gap back to Albert Friend, 1 second dead. There's the Strawberry Racing team driver. So it's Tony Kart, 1, 2, and 3. The Racer 401 T chassis, newly homologated. As you see Frederick stand on the brakes, works the steering wheel. There is a vicious bump right there before they throw it down the hill into the chicane. But the manufacturer from Prevale in the north of Italy, not too far from South Garda Karting, the centre of the karting universe where we raced last year's European Championship Series final. The Tony Karts 1, 2, and 3. Albert 219 going by over the rise in third place, trying to bridge the gap to the Dutchman and the Norwegian, who continues to lead. Albert with a 51.273 goes purple, but it's Maximov down the inside. Boaz goes back to P1. Buvan Power from RS competition. Quickest on track. Albert Friend is catching the both of them. The gap down to 0.8 of a second. Purple sector from Sadursky just a moment ago. The top remaining Dutchman, of course, Burgraff is out. We take a look at this to the left of your screen. Boaz Maximov down the inside. Frederick back to second place, the Norwegian. First European Series race for Frederick so far. Flood Engelbrechts. Check the gap from him back to Albert Friend. It's 0.8 of a second. 51.273 for Albert. Back to Kai. Bottas for Haj up into 5. And it's Harry, Archie, Freeman from Lovett. Sadursky from pole position. Jacob Ashcroft back in P9. We may well get a glimpse of Harry Freeman in a moment. recently crowned Winter Series champion, Trent Valley Car Club champion as well. Harry Freeman, KR Sport. Fourth Brit, he's in P6. It's the Dutchman who leads. They come across the line. We'll check the times, we'll check the gap and the speeds as well. Tony Kart still 1, 2 and 3. 94 kilometres an hour for Frederick. Jacob Ashcroft down in 9, goes purple with a 51.060. Needs to recover, still has got 5 laps to do so. This is lap 8 of 13. The first of our 2 Junior Max pre-finals here this morning. Confirmation to the bottom left of your screen. Jacob almost into the 52nd bracket, quickest on circuit, but a disastrous start for the Brit from pole position. He goes purple in this lap as well. He's got Archie Lovett, Max Zadursky, Harry Freeman ahead. The Dutchman from the Norwegian, former Dutch Mini-Max champion, Maximoff for Boulevard Power. A change inside the top 10 you see as they come across the line. Ashcroft has taken Zadursky. J.A. goes through and takes Max. Lovett back to 9. Sebastian Leuch from Saltish, Ambrose, Goodson, Seidel, and Leo Gonzalez in position 15. Great start earlier on for Panul Stein Mongkong from Thailand, but unfortunately the Asian driver has retired. The 202 Strawberry Racing Tony Kart. Sia Kalska, AJ Berggraf, the other 2 retirements. Maximoff leads on lap 9. 3 laps, 3.6 kilometres, close enough to 2 miles to race here in pre-final A for Rotax Junior. Maximoff looking at a front row, potentially pole position start for the final this afternoon. Being shadowed by the Norwegian. You know the attack will come from Frederick. Look at Jacob. He's flying. He goes 50.914. Friend fastest on the circuit. Tony Kart 1, 2 and 3. Last year's Mini-Max European champion Albert Friend. Closing in. He's still got time. Look at Matthias Wittfer now in the 50.8s. Ashcroft still there in 7th place. Goodson with a purple sector. Wittfer is down in 22nd position, but still fastest on the circuit. The gap, you can see from 1st and 2nd, it's barely a few centimetres, but critically from Frederick back to Albert, it's down to 0.6 of a second, 50.8. Here comes Albert. Friend closing in on the back of Frederick. Boaz Maximoff continues to lead. Scorching around the circuit is Albert Friend for Strawberry Racing. Paul Spencer watching on from pit lane. His driver closing in on the back of the 2 Tony Karts from opposing teams. Harris competition in 2nd place, Boulevard Power leading. The Strawberry Racing driver, the cream-tuned Rotax Max Junior engine. There's Albert, crests the rise in 2:19 into the final corner. 2 laps to race, the gap 0.8 of a second, 0.6 of a second. Friend goes purple. Friend goes purple again, the gap's down to 0.5. Frederick looking at starting grid 7 for the final this afternoon. Maximoff at the moment grid 2. That will all change though when we race pre-final B in a moment. A final lap and a half. Friend is right there. The Tony Karts 1, 2 and 3 from Boulevard Power, RS Competition and Strawberry Racing respectively. Frederick to attack on this, the penultimate lap into the 2nd hairpin. Needs to do something quickly because Albert, he's there. Frederick looks behind. He knows Friend is there already. As we start the last lap of the race. Defense now from Boaz Maximoff. Watching to turn 4. Frederick's trying to line him up. Boaz goes to his right. Albert, watch Friend around the outside. Superb from the Brit. Brilliant pass, runs into the back of Boaz Maximoff. Frederick back down the inside. It is on the final lap of pre-final A for Junior Max. Fantastic pass from Albert, but could not hold the position. Very slight contact between the Norwegian and the Brit. Albert back through to P2. Boaz Maximoff will win pre-final A for Junior Max. Albert second. Frederick, after dominating the early part of the final, home in third place. The checkered flag. Boaz Maximoff takes victory. It is a front row start for the Dutchman. Albert superb. Second place. Frederick, Bottas for Haj. Ashcroft 5. Clark, Freeman, love it. Sudursky, Martin Solčić, who started grid 17, the Slovakian for KRK Racing, rounds out the 10. There's Volkman. Chanots crosses the line. Harry Taylor down in 25th position. There's Pashku and Olivia Chasset and Minguia. Lionel in the CS55 kart as the final finishes. Maximoff takes the victory. Boaz, at least a front row start for the final. Jacob Ashcroft started on pole position but was beaten off the line. Back into third to fourth with this move as Kai went by. Clark into third place. Albert Friend, the driver on the charge from grid 6 for Strawberry Racing. Frederick Flood Engelbrecht leading for the majority of the race before being passed by the Dutchman, Boaz Maximoff. Albert Friend catching up to the leading two Tony karts. It took 2 attacks. He finally went through to finish in P2. Boaz Maximoff takes the race victory and is assured at least of a front row start for the final. We'll get the correct graphic up for you in just a moment. Just disregard what you saw a moment ago. I can confirm, though, that Boaz Maximoff did take the victory comfortably in the end by 0.8 of a second over Albert Friend. Frederick in third place. So the Dutchman from the Brit and the Norwegian in third. Bottas for Haj, also for Bouvan Power 4. Jacob Ashcroft does recover somewhat to P5. Clark, Freeman, love it. Sudursky and Solčić. Good drive for the Slovakian to finish in P10. For many of these drivers, it will be a nervous wait for pre-final B to see if they make it through to the final this afternoon. The final grid, 61 drivers in Junior Max. 36 to race in the final here this afternoon. Boaz Maximoff takes victory and is assured at least of a front row start for the final this afternoon. He's currently tied on 4 points with Shun Sekaguchi. The Japanese driver will start from pole position for Dan Holland Racing if he wins it. Provisionally, and I realise we are getting ahead of ourselves, it will be Shun Sekaguchi on pole position for the final. Boaz Maximoff, in a sporting sense, we'll be hoping that does not happen. We're about to find out the grid for the final of Junior Max here this afternoon. We'll take a very short break here at WACKERSDORF. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a very short moment with Junior Max Pre-Final B live from WACKERSDORF here this morning. Pre-final B for Junior Max, about to make their way out onto the circuit, being led by Shun Sekaguchi from the land of the rising sun. For the team from Wilton Mill in England, Dan Holland Racing, it is Shun Sekaguchi on pole position. The Scotsman alongside its CD 262, Cole Denham, Vince van der Halen, Mate Kopakidze also for DHR, alongside the Buvan Power driver, Vince, on the second row of the grid. Pre-final B for Junior Max. Shun Sekaguchi leading the carts out onto the circuit now as we get ready to race and set the grid for the junior final this afternoon. Sekaguchi for Dan Holland Racing on pole position. Cole Denham out of grid 2. Vince van der Halen, Mate Kopakidze, Will Archer, Rory Armstrong, the Northern Irishman out of grid 6, also for DHR. Kevin Polak, Alex Rogalski from the Rotax Max Challenge of Poland. Ryan Gundor, the Canadian, and Vilmos Vilashits out of grid 10. Lars Lumbers, Patrick Negura, Louis Radcliffe, Lucas Konopka from Slovakia, Christoph Killer, Finlay Lines, first European race for the Brit for SPR for 2025. Tushek, Christian Sayerson back on 18. Remember, the Dane did win at Cremona. Jensen Chalk, 19, the former Grand Finals champion of the world. Bram van der Bergen out of grid 20. Eva Morris, she's out of 21 alongside Erin Unlurdigan, Branislav Renka, Luc Van Boykel, Maxim Becker. Then it's Noel, Kaikas, Milosevic, Petra ahead of Ivan Chernerga. The second Georgian, Kieran Stewart, out of grid 30. The DHR drivers, 1, 2, 3 of them on your screen. Shun Sekaguchi, 258. Cole Denham, 262. Mate Kopakidze, 244 for the Georgian. 2 Georgians in the field. Mate out of grid 4. Ivan Chernega, 247, back on grid 29. Trying to fight his way through to the final this afternoon. Here's Vince van der Halen. Buvan Power, 228. Rory Armstrong, 266, the Northern Irishman. Home circuit of Nuts Corner, outside of Belfast. Starting out of grid 6. Pre-final B for Junior Max. Shun Sekaguchi to the left of your screen on pole position. DHR lock out the front few rows of the grid. We race. Perfect start from Sekaguchi, who leads the field up into turn 1. Vance van der Halen slots into second place to split the 4 Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris carts. Great start by the Belgian for Buvan Power in P2. Sekaguchi, the Asian champion, leads over that vicious bump right there on the exit of turn 8, down through the chicane for the first time. Good start from Mate Kopakidze, the Georgian still right there. We go back to seemingly the first non-OTK kart. It's Kevin Polak, 274, the MTM at Piralat Racing team kart from Austria in P7. Villasitz is there as well. Christian Sayerson, what a start from the Dane. There's the RS competition, Tony Kart going through. The fluorescent green machine he won at Cremona in the first round of the Winter Series has made up 10 positions on the opening lap of the race as Vince van der Halen briefly goes through to take the race lead. Shun Sekaguchi fights back. The Japanese driver back in P1. The Belgian second. The Scotsman third, that's Cole Denham. Kopakidze from Georgia and the Northern Irishman, Rory Armstrong, as Kopakidze and Denham trade positions. The Dan Holland Racing teammates, 3, 4 and 5, being led by Shun Sekaguchi, who started P1 for the team from Wilton Mill in England. There's Negura defending from Radcliffe and Killer and Lucas Konopka. Finlay Lines just behind. As they complete lap 2, we start lap 3 of pre-final B for Rotax Junior. Shun Sekaguchi needs to win pre-final A to ensure a pole position start for the final this afternoon, and of course points for the 4-round European Championship 2025. here now this weekend, Wackersdorf in Germany. The first week of June at the Steel Ring Klinec in the Czech Republic, Karting Gang Belgium for round 3, and Sano in the south of Italy for the championship final. He'll drop back to grid 2 though if Fitz van Harlen can hold on to the race lead. He's on the inside. Bull Van Power goes P1. Dan Holland Racing, second, third, fourth. Look at the fight. Further back, Rogalski trying to defend from Christian Sayerson, who's had a quiet weekend, but boy, the Dane has found super speed this morning. Christian Sayerson from grid 17 is up into P5. Rory Armstrong just behind, then Rogalski, Ryan Gundor, the Canadian, Villasitz, Archer, Lambers, Eva Morris. She's made a storming start as well to be in P12. Needs to recover after retiring with a DNF in her very first heat on Friday afternoon in the pouring rain here at Wackersdorf. Morris, Unludigan, Polak, Neguda, Louis Ratcliffe, Killer, Van Borkel, Lucas Konopka, and the former mini grand final champion of the world, Jensen Chalk, rounds out the 20. Sekaguchi leads, but under attack from the Belgian, Vance van der Halen. Dan Holland Racing, 1, 3 and 4. P5 as well with the Northern Irishman, Rory Armstrong. Kopikitse goes fastest. Here comes the attack from Vance van der Halen. Mate, the Georgian, under the 51-second bracket. He's in P4 at the back of this train as they ride that vicious bump down into turn 9 through the chicane into the first of the 2 hairpins here at Wackersdorf. Approaching half race distance, pre-final B. If Shun Sekaguchi does win this pre-final, the Japanese driver, the Asian champion from 2024. Remember, he won that title at Langkawi, the beautiful tropical island on the west coast of Malaysia, which hosted the Rotax Max Grand Finals twice in the early 2000s. If Shun Sekaguchi wins this, he starts from pole position, but he goes back to P2. Vance van der Halen, Bull Van Power, P1. Dan Holland Racing, second, third, fourth, and fifth with Rory Armstrong. Cole Denham down the inside. Denham's 262, Kopikitse's 244. The Scotsman from the Georgian, as JC decides it's time to move up the order. He's now up into 17th place, goes fastest, and needs to make up a ton of positions. The MLC Cosmic Kart quickest on circuit, ahead of Luke Van Bolkel. Just to make it through to the final this afternoon. Remember, 61 drivers here at the Bavarian Wackersdorf circuit, 36 to line up on the grid for the final of the first round of the European Championship. As it stands, Vance van der Halen will start grid 5. We take a look at the replay to the left of your screen. The teammates trading positions. Cole Denham, 262, Mate Kopikitse, 244, Shun Sekaguchi, their Japanese teammate who was looking at starting on pole position. He's back to P4. With that, Boaz Maximov provisionally would start from pole position for the final. Van der Halen pulling away. The Tony Kart Racer 401, T Chassis. The Lando Norris Kart second, third, fourth. Kopikitse from Georgia. Cole Denham, the 2023 British champion. The Scotsman from the outskirts of the beautiful Scottish city of Edinburgh. Home circuit of Larkle in Great Britain. Cole is 262, Shun Sekaguchi 258, back to P4. Ryan Gundor has worked his way by Christian Sayerson, the KR Sport driver. That was the North American in the background. The Cosmic now in P5. Ahead of Sayerson, Rory Armstrong, Lambers, Villasitz, and Rogalski ahead of Morris, who's driven superbly. Alex Rogalski ahead of Morris in P10. Van der Halen leads. Not for long, the move down the inside. The Georgian goes on through. Denham runs into the back of Van der Halen. Shun Sekaguchi almost helpless. Watches on from P4. And he's losing his grip on pole position for the final this afternoon. We take a look at this, the best passing opportunity on the circuit. The Georgian Mate sends it. And very slight contact between Cole Denham and Vance van der Halen. Sayerson has retaken P5 from Ryan Gandor. There's the Canadian, 2:04. Now having to defend from the Northern Irishman, Rory Armstrong. As we start lap 10 of 13. 4 laps remaining in pre-final B. Boaz Maximoff watching on from pit lane. Must be smiling because unless Shun Sekaguchi can do something spectacular, it will be the Dutchman who starts van der eerste positie from P1 for the final this afternoon of the European Championship. Sayerson with a 50.591 fastest. Nice run from Vance van der Halen. Back down the inside to take the lead. Lined him up. Copy Kids Head, that is, into the turn 11 hairpin. And now the Boulevard Power Tony Kart leads, but defensively across the line at 92 kilometres an hour. Cole Denham with a slipstream at 95 kilometres an hour. Skates under brakes, spectacular from the Belgian. Holds on to P1. Here comes Sayerson in the background. Christian Sayerson, who's had a quiet weekend, but the Dane is flying in pre-final B here this morning. Two and a half laps remaining. Christian Sayerson, the Cremona Winter Series race winner for Ralph Schultzen competition. The fluorescent green machine, the Tony Kart Racer 401T, running in P1 with Van der Halen for Boulevard Power, P5 for Sayerson. The DHR trio, second, third, fourth, running out wide, slight contact, it is on. Sayerson down the inside, incredibly, Vance still holds the race lead. This will end in tears if they're not careful. Rory Armstrong's there, Ryan Gandor as well. As his Lumbers, Rogalski, Vilicic, the Hungarian champion, rounds out the 10, and he's not far off this battle as well. The penultimate lap of pre-final B. Vance van der Halen looking at it inside. Third row start for the final this afternoon and maximum points from the pre-final here. Last lap. This time round. Vance in P1, that is Sekaguchi back to second. Well, Boaz Maximoff may be getting a little bit nervous now because Shun Sekaguchi, seemingly out of it, has fought back to P2. If he passes, if he wins, the Japanese driver starts from pole position for the final this afternoon. He's on the back of Van der Halen. The attack will come, you know it. There's Ryan in P4. Superb from the Canadian. Shun looks behind. Dives down the inside. Shun Sekaguchi sends it. It's Cole Denham around the outside. Gandor goes through to P3. P2, in fact. Sensational by Ryan. Cole Denham, the Scotsman, wins. Denham from Edinburgh for Dan Holland Racing takes victory in pre-final B. Gandor second, Sekaguchi third. With that, Boaz Maximoff starts pole position for the final this afternoon. Van der Halen, P4, Armstrong 5, Sayerson 6. But Cole Denham, the 2023 British Mini Champion, as Kieran Stewart, speaking of Scotsman, crosses the line frustrated as the final finisher. We take a look at the highlights. Shun Sekaguchi from pole position, a perfect getaway, but the same can be said of Vance van der Halen from the inside second row of the grid. The Japanese and Belgian drivers going wheel to wheel in the opening stages, but then came the attack from Dan Holland Racing. Second, third, fourth. Denham down the inside, up into second place. Mate Kopakidze going through, the Georgian to lead in European competition for the first time in 2025. He will be a contender for the final, you would surely think. He will start grid 8 for the final this afternoon. Van der Halen around the outside. Spectacular up the hill into turn 4. Slight contact between the two teammates. Denham, Sekaguchi, Ryan Gandor dragging himself into this battle. Denham around the outside, Ryan running out of road. Shun Sekaguchi into second place, ultimately finished third. A super finish for the Canadian for KR Sport, Ryan Gandor. But it's Cole Denham, the Scotsman, who wins pre-final B from Ryan Gandor. Sekaguchi P3, and will start grid 2 for the final alongside Boaz Maximov, that is. Lance van der Halen, after leading for most of the race, P4 from Rory Armstrong. Christian Sejersen watched the Dane in the final. Kobakidze, the Georgian, did lead. He finishes 7th from Lambas, Rogalski, and the Hungarian champion, Vilmos Vilicic in P10. Provisionally, the grid for the final of Junior Max looks like this. Maximov on pole alongside Sekaguchi. Denham with that victory, starting out of grid 3 alongside Jacob Ashcroft. Lance van der Halen alongside Frederick Flood Engelbretts. Kai Clark and the Georgian, who just crossed the line in P7, Mate Kobakidze, provisionally will start grid 8 for the final this afternoon. This is the scene here in WACKERSDORF. Great to have your company wherever you are watching us live around the world. This is round 1 of 4, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge, the Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. 2 pre-finals to race here in the morning, and they will be spectacular. Senior Max. Unfortunately, 29 drivers. Their weekend ended last night because we had one at the Bavarian circuit. We are down to the final 72 to set the grid, the final 36 for the final this afternoon. The Senior Max pre-final A coming your way in just a moment. Sean Butcher, a clean sweep for the Australian. 5 victories from 5 starts on Friday and yesterday. The KR Sport driver to start grid 1 alongside Jort van Wyk. 333 for DHR in just a moment. So we're down to the final 72 for Senior Max. Sean Butcher, the former European champion, the London-born Australian for the team from Silverstone. 5 victories from 5 start. The driver to beat, no doubt, this weekend. Starts on pole, Jort van Wyk out of grid 2. Tom Stadell, Tino Seidler. Had a great run in the rain, did Tino. At Viterbo, just missing the podium in the race behind Lizzie Mentier, but did finish 3rd in the Winter Series. The Strawberry Racing driver, here in force, the team of Paul Spencer, including their young mini driver, Max Jolly, watching on from the start-finish straight. The carts come out onto the circuit. We take a look at the grid. Pre-final A for Senior Max. Sean Butcher on pole position. Jort 333 out of grid 2. Tom Stadell alongside Tino Seidler. Lorenzo già quinto. Parte in quinto. Tis van Wyk. Macaulay Pisher, 3rd in last year's European Series. 7-time British champion out of grid 7. Tom Langlois. Kajvich. And Noah Janssen for SP Motorsport, the German, here in Germany, out of 10. Austin Lee, the American German, alongside one of 2 Israelis here this weekend. Jan Pinto. Pietro Pons in great form. The Italian for KSB Racing Austria, Kelly up. Lewis Goff out of 15. Varga, Paimre, that's Fernando, who was 7th in last year's World Finals. Mehdi Lasoud in the Sodi kart. Jose Tituan and Arno Sabaran out of grid 20. Franciszek Sulima, Matteo Richter. Schultz, the 2nd Israeli. Nathan Nambo Antoine Lemieux, Alex Schigel, Sverre Uben, Yurilova, Enes Demirkaya, Liam Flukiger from Switzerland out of grid 30. Brun, Tavin, that's Lotus, Maciej Konik, Trebec, that's Nick, Alexandra Volta, the Romanian alongside Leon Rau for Craft Motorsport out of grid 36. Sean Butcher on pole position. His father Glenn arriving at the circuit on Friday to see his boy race for the first time in quite a while. It's the London-born Australian on pole position for KR Sport. Yacht, 333 for Dan Holland Racing out of grid 2. The temperature edging up towards 16 degrees. A beautiful springtime day here in the Bavarian countryside. This is WACKERSDORF. This is pre-final A for Senior Max. We don't race. An extra formation lap. There's Tom Stadel, second in last year's Winter Cup in junior. Now racing in senior, the Latvian, the multiple Nordic and Latvian champion. For Strawberry Racing, 328. Watch off the start, one of the most spectacular drivers in world karting, the 7-time British champion Macaulay Bishop. Dan Holland Racing 390. Fourth row of the grid, right behind Lorenzo da Quinto. The Italian MKC Motorsport starts out of grid 5. Macaulay out of 7. 101 drivers in Senior Max. We're down to the final 72. And then the final 36 this afternoon. Sean to the left of your screen, Yacht to the right. We race. Great start from the Dutchman, tries to take the lead around the outside. Goes on through Sean, hung out to dry. Butcher back to third. A clean start for the moment. It's Jort van Wyk who goes through to take the lead. Sensational start. The driver from Switzerland, that's Tino Seidler in second place. Strawberry Racing ahead of KR Sport, but it's Dan Holland Racing with the Dutchman who goes P1. Pietro Pons has had an incident and has rejoined at the back of the field, but way down the order as Tino sends it from second place. Seidler goes through to take the race lead at the end of the first of 14 laps. Yacht fights back. Watch Sean in third place. His time in P1 was short-lived. Seidler back to second. Yacht van the Netherlands into eerste positie. There's Tom Stadel around the outside of Sean Butcher. Almost makes it stick. Runs off the road though into the runoff area. And crucially picks up marbles and debris on those Mojo tyres. We'll need to be careful on this lap right here as the tyres clean up. Tom Stadel, it was ambitious. You know that's Mac B, who's made a storming start. Macaulay Bishop up into P4. Watch the Brit, 390 for Dan Holland Racing. Butcher in third. Tom sends it. Seidler it is, in fact, I'm sorry, who's gone through. Stadel's just behind. Butcher into second place. Bishop third. Here we go. Seidler from Switzerland from the two Brits, Butcher and Bishop. Sean gets on the brakes, backs out of that move. He knows he's got the speed. The KR Sport Cosmic has been a missile here this weekend. Quickest on track in the early stages is Jan Pinto, the first of the two Israeli drivers behind Lorenzo da Quinto. Ora Lorenzo è già in ottavo. The Italian P8 behind Tom Langlois. For Dams Racing, Seidler leads. Butcher in second. Watch Bishop. So entertaining to watch. He's the 7-time British champion. Dan Holland Racing 390. Butcher for KR Sport. Back to P3. Bishop's gone through. Bishop! Mac B tries to take two of them. Back to third. There's Yort, his teammate behind. So entertaining as Macaulay Bishop. He just drives down the inside of the Australian. The Dutchman also taking Sean Butcher, who's got speed but not track position. Remarkably, Sean does not need to win the pre-final to start on pole position for the final, but certainly points for the former European champion. He finished second in last year's series to Matthew Higgins. Incidentally, Matthew watching on, the Dan Holland Racing driver, a super performance at the recent Mugello 12-hour GT race in Italy, where he took pole position. Seidler, P1, Bishop, Butcher, Jort van Wijk, Ties van Wijk. The two brothers from the Netherlands, 4 and 5, and Ties goes fastest with a 50.604. Strel, Langlois, Jan Pinto, Lorenzo Giaquinto falls back to 9 ahead of Vich, Janssen, Mehdi Lusud, and the German-American Austin Lee rides the bumps. Down through the chicane. Seidler with speed here this morning. He pulls out 0.3 of a second. That familiar style of Macaulay Bishop. So animated, so spectacular behind the wheel. Stark contrast to Sean Butcher, who's calculating, cool and quick. As we see Mehdi Lusud fighting with Noah Janssen for the final positions inside the top 10 ahead of Austin Lee. Butcher down the inside. Nice pass. Intelligent from the Australian. Has Bishop got a response? His teammate for Dan Holland Racing, Jort van Wijk, just behind. Seidler, superb. He finished P4 at Viterbo, north of the Italian capital, the second round of the Winter Series. Just a few weeks ago. Missed the race podium, finished third in the Winter Series outright though. Sean Butcher taking that title from Sebastian Hedin. The season opening, the traditional season opener. Now we move into the European Championships. This is lap 6 of 14, pre-final A for Senior Max. Look at Sean, has not panicked. This is intelligent from the 22-year-old Australian, the former European champion. Did not panic. He knows he's got the speed, just drives it up the inside over the concrete verging and goes through to take position 1. Seidler second. The DHR duo just behind. Trio, in fact. It's Ties from York. Mac B in P3. Dan Holland Racing, second, third, fourth. And then Tom Stadel for Strawberry Racing. The young Latvian, first year racing in Senior Max. Multiple Nordic and Latvian champion. As we see Bishop just drive down the inside of Seidler for second place. From Switzerland for Strawberry Racing, Tino Seidler in the Tony Kart back to third. Look at the lead from Sean. Butcher is racing away. He took 5 victories from 5 starts this weekend. 2 in the rain on Friday, 3 in the dry yesterday, and has now got a lead of 0.8 of a second. Bishop just lets the kart float. Drifts it. Absolute minimal steering input. The Lando Norris car from Dan Holland Racing. That bump down into the chicane. Bishop rides it as good as anybody in that part of the circuit in particular. But it's the KR Sport Cosmic who's about to start lap 9, 5 laps from the checkered flag, to lock down pole position and maximum points for the final this afternoon. Seidler into second place. Bishop doesn't fight. Immediately as he saw Seidler just drive up the inside, glance back to see Ties van Wijk. This move, the start-finish straight, 96 kilometres an hour. Seidler, a good run on the exit coming onto the straight. Used the concrete verging, perfect line, did not lose momentum. And Seidler from Switzerland back into second place. Jan Pinto is inside the top 10, the first of the two Israeli drivers. He's ahead of Kai Veach, Lorenzo da Quinto. Ora Lorenzo è già decimo. The Italian has slid back to 10th place, ahead of Austin Lee. Arnold Sabran, Lasalle, Janssen, Franciszek Sulima. Schigel from the back of the grid near on is in 16th, ahead of Trebech. Nathan Nambo. Lewis Goff down in 18th position on the podium last year in the European Championships. LG. Team Pilot Racing now in the Kart Republic, and Fernando Painere, the Estonian, who was 7th in last year's Grand Finals, rounds out the 20. The gap between the race leader is 0.8 of a second, 49.893 for Sean Butcher as Bishop attacks Seidler for second. Macaulay Bishop won't start on the front couple of rows for the grid, almost certainly. He may well take second in pre-final A though, as he drives down the inside. There's Teese in the background. Macaulay Bishop with a DNF in his final heat yesterday. That put a hole in his point score. One DNF out of the 5 starts. Will drop him down the order ever so slightly. See Sverre Uben on the inside. The Belgian is out. He's put the GKS Lemons X-Prix into the wall. Coming together with Konik off screen. The Belgian, who's already had 2 DNFs this weekend, has retired from pre-final A. Unfortunately, almost certainly, Sverre Uben, his weekend has just come to an end. Konik is also out, as is Demir Kaya. Matteo Richter, you saw his kart on the side of the circuit, and the second driver from the Holy Land of Israel, Schultz, has also retired. Sean Butcher, 2 seconds clear. Two laps to race. Butcher from Bishop, Seidler in third. Up the hill into turn 4, the highest part of the circuit. There's Terrell. 328 for Strawberry Racing ahead of Tam Langlois. For Dams Racing, the French driver for the Belgian team, who have an association with Rotax going back to the 1980s. The team of Jan Dams, former international driver in the glory days of, it wasn't even Formula Super 8, it was 100cc Formula K back in the days. The ferocious, the fearsome Rotax DSB 100cc engine. And they build a pretty quick Rotax Max as well, as you see Tom drive up the inside. The Frenchman staring back. He's gone on through though. Tom Langlois comes across the line to start the last lap in position 5. Sean Butcher is dominating pre-final A. He is dominating the first round of the European Championships. Sean Butcher will win pre-final A. Butcher will start from pole position for the final. Second in last year's championship. He will start grid 1 for this afternoon's final here at WACKERSDORF. The fight for second in pre-final A. Bishop from Seidler and Thies van Wijk. Langlois for Dams Racing in P5. Here comes Thies. Tino Seidler will defend, looks over his right shoulder. Bishop, superb from MacB. It's Seidler in P3. Butcher. Sean has dominated. He takes the checkered flag. The Australian not even on your screen. He wins it and puts a padlock on pole position for this afternoon's final. Bishop second, Seidler third, Thies van Wijk, Tom Langlois. Yacht from Jan Pinto, Strel, Kai Veach, Austin Lee. Lorenzo Giaquinto finishes just outside the top 10 in P11. Matej Kellerab crosses the line there as the final finisher behind Martin Varga. 49.772 purple on the last lap of the race, as if to say, I am unbeatable here this weekend. Sean Butcher wins pre-final A. Did not get the good start as we take a look at the highlights. It was Jort van Wijk from the outside front row of the grid who led Tino Seidler briefly through into P1 on the first lap. Sean Butcher did not panic. He waited, knew he had the speed, took the opportunity, driving past firstly Macaulay Bishop for second place, and then this move just centred on the start-finish straight. to take Seidler for the race lead, and then drove away to win by over 3 seconds with a purple fastest lap on his final tour. Seidler into second place was Tino. Fabulous fight with Macaulay Bishop. Tiz van Buyck dragging himself into this battle as well, as did Tom Langlois with that move. The Frenchman taking P5. Sean butchers the competition, yes, pun intended. 5 victories from 5 starts in the heats, and he wins pre-final A by 3 seconds and a purple fastest lap last time round. Butcher from Bishop, Seidler, Tiz from Tom, Yort in P6. Pinto for the KSB Racing Team, the first non-OTK kart. The Birolati 7 from Tom Stadell, High Beach, and the American-German Austin Lee just ahead of Lorenzo Giaquinto in P10. A nervous wait for many of these drivers to see if they do qualify for the final this afternoon, including the likes of Sverre Urban, Maciej Konik, who did not finish, Demir Kaya, Matthias Richter, and also Yarin Schultz. 6 pre-finals raced here this morning. The final of the morning for pre-final B for Senior Max in just a moment from live here at WACKERSDORF. Sunny morning here at WACKERSDORF. We just clicked over midday. Expecting another degree or 2 of temperature as we prepare to race our final pre-final of the morning for Senior Max. Lewis Gilbert to start from pole position, alongside the Welshman Cameron Nelson. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights from Senior Max here this weekend here at WACKERSDORF. Final pre-final in just a moment. Those karts that did not take the checkered flag in pre-final A are brought back to Parc Ferme. And for most of them, unfortunately, it looks as though their weekend has come to an end. One driver who's had a great weekend is the Scotsman, Lewis Gilbert, who will start on pole position for our final pre-final of the morning. Take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. Right back to the Romanian Mark Shipos, who starts out of grid 36. Unfortunately, Ivan Simoniova, the 14-year-old Austrian now, Junior Max champion, missed the pre-final this morning by a single position. Mark Shipos just scraping into the pre-final in position 36. Lewis Gilbert, Craft Motorsport, will start from pole position alongside Cameron Nelson. Sean Butcher has already guaranteed himself pole position for the final this afternoon. His 6th victory just a few moments ago, 5 heat wins and a dominant victory in the pre-final as well. Nice to have your company wherever you are watching us around the world. We raced the season opening Winter Series at Cremona and Viterbo just a few weeks ago. The Winter Series was actually won by Sean Butcher, taking the title from Sebastian Hedin and Tino Seidler. Last year it was Matthew Higgins who won the European Championship. We will have a new champion in 2025. Kraft Motorsport looking good, the team from Germany. We've got an interesting situation in just a moment. Two British drivers on the front row of the grid. Neither of them are English. We'll get to that in just a moment. The Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy 2025, presented by WSK Promotion. Not the only Rotax Max Challenge event taking place this weekend. Vollen across the border in Switzerland, the Swiss Championship, Vereniging in South Africa, and the Carmona Circuit in the Philippines. Today, also a race at the Daytona Circuit, Nicosia in Cyprus, Buenos Aires. We say buenos dias, nuestros amigos. In Argentina, Zuera with the Spanish Rotax Max Championship. At the Santa Rosa Circuit in Lima, Peru. And at Shizuoka Circuit in Japan. The latest round of the Japanese Championship wrapping up a few moments ago, incidentally, with the time difference. Previous round of the Japanese Championship seeing Ronnie Quintarelli finishing third for the XGL team, former Formula Nippon driver and Super GT champion of Japan, who raced here in the KZ World Championships in 2016. This is the grid, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, our final pre-final of the morning. Gilbert and Nelson on the front row of the grid. King Gerety, Sebastian Koch, Lizzie Mentier, she starts out of grid 5 alongside Knud Nielsen from Denmark. Laurent Legault, the Canadian champion, and then the Australian-Hungarian Aman Hamilton out of 8. Charlie Smith, the Slovakian-American, out of 9. Olivia Yonkers, the fastest qualifier. OJ out of 10. Hasty, another Scotsman. Titouan Descali. Lloyd Head, Tadej Babichkova, she's out of 14. Lado Kukianidze, the second Georgian. Luca Schlegel, we'll speak about the Austrian in a moment. He's been electrifying all weekend out of 16. Valentin Beauvoir, Elia Galvanin, Will Pemble, Gianmarco Cortopassi out of grid 20. Alan Kluscher, Hugo Grasto, Christopher Holtz, Alexander Aim. And it's Sasha Matteo Montroni with a DNF in his final heat yesterday. Vladimirov, Andrea Remy, Tim Soltich, and Dennis Shields from the Emirates out of grid 30. Jakub Gasparovic, four-time Slovakian champion, three-time Czech champion out of 31, Anja Lavar. Benator, Bach, that's Jim. Flynn Fitters and Mark Supos out of grid 36. Lucas Schlegel would have qualified grid 3 in the rain out of 101 drivers on Friday, but a technical infringement saw him relegated to the back of the grid. He was unbelievable. There is no better adjective to describe the Austrian throughout the heats. Grid 33 to inside the top 10 in each of his 5 heats. He passed 106 drivers in his 5 heats. That's 106 drivers he passed in 60 laps over the past 2 days. Lucas Schlegel, 319, starts out of grid 16. 2 drivers from Great Britain on the front row of the grid. It's the Scotsman alongside the Welshman, Lewis Gilbert, in the centre of your screen for the German team here in Germany on pole position. Cameron to the right. We race. Nelson misses the start as Kian Garrity drives the Strawberry Racing Cart up into second place. LG goes P1. The Scotsman leads. A clean start for the moment as they race down from the highest part of the circuit for the first time. There's Lizzie Mentier trying to make her way on through after starting out of grid 5. The fastest qualifier at the second round of the Winter Series at Viterbo, 3:50 for Dan Holland Racing. But it's the Carlos Sainz CS55 kart of Lewis Gilbert who leads the race. Already a nice lead starting to open up. We've got a nice clean start for our final pre-final here this morning. Gilbert with the race lead. Tony Carter of King Geraghty in second place. There's Lizzie. Back to Cameron. Sebastian, that's Koch. The German in P4, the German in P5. Nelson fighting with Koch. Back to Laurent Legault. Good start from OJ. Olivier Jonkers, the Belgian for the Belgian team of Jan Daams. 10th. Up to 7th from Hamilton, Nielsen and Teresa Babichkova. Lloyd Hare also in that battle as well. Just goes by and takes the former Formula 3 W Series driver, the team Teps Racing. Teresa from Leon Hasty, the second Scotsman, Lud Nielsen. Lucas Schlegel. It gets a little bit harder from here. 16th, already up to 14th. Electrifying is the Austrian champion. 319 just going through now, trying to carve his way through the field. Just repeating in 5 heats in 60 laps of racing. Lucas Schlegel past 106 drivers. Now it gets a little bit more tough. He's ahead of Gianmarco Cortopassi, behind Lado Kukianidze. Gilbert from Geraghty. Lizzie Mentia in P3. Craft Motorsport, Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing. 1, 2, 3 on your screen. Back to Cameron Nelson, who's still fighting with Sebastian Koch. Our final pre-final of the morning. Sean Butcher must be relaxed. Watching on from pit lane. The vice champion of 2024 has guaranteed himself a start on pole position for the final. We start lap 4. Gilbert from Geraghty. Lewis Gilbert trying to rack the memory. I don't believe, quickly offhand, that he's actually won the European Championship yet. Second in the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. Of course, he was second in the world a couple of years ago, 2022. He finished P2 in the Rotax Max Grand Finals Challenge. Of course, former British champion as well from the west coast of Scotland. For the team from the north of Germany in the CS55 kart. Geraghty, Lizzie Mentia, the former Alpine F1 Junior Academy driver who finished P3 at Viterbo in the rain a few weeks ago. Back to Nelson Koch. There's the Australian Armand Hamilton. Now with the KMS Europe team is Armand 342. The X-Spree kart. Hamilton from Yonkers, Teresa Babichkova, she moves up into 8 ahead of Charlie Smith and Lloyd Hare, the American champion. Very good morning to our friends watching on live in the United States as Lizzie drives up the inside of Kian. The latest round of the Challenge of the Americas taking place at Sonoma later on today. Charlie Smith, former Rotax champion of the United States, not far out of this battle. Look at them fight. Lizzie almost puts Kian into the grass. They're full wide up the hill into turn 1. Here comes Sebastian and Cameron Nelson. Nelson goes on through. Geraghty still holds the place just. Gilbert is gone. Lewis races away. The gap was only barely half a second. We'll check it next time round as Lud Nielsen goes purple. Head of the Canadian champion and the second Scotsman. Hasty, Cortopassi, Galvanin, the two Italians racing together. Lucas Schlegel still stuck in position 16. The gap now 1.7 seconds. You can see on your screen as they crest the rise. We start lap 6 of 14, our final pre-final here this morning. Babichkova takes Yonkers. The oldest of the Babichkova siblings. All very well accomplished kart racers. Of course, Teresa, former Formula 3 driver in the W Series. She's quick as well. Teresa Babichkova, 6.63 behind Leslie Mentia. The two girls, 6 and 7 ahead of Olivier Jonkers. who was fastest out of 101 drivers in time qualifying in the pouring rain here in the Bavarian countryside on Friday afternoon. This is King Geraghty, last year's Kart Masters Grand Prix winner, taking that title at the PF International Circuit, the Trent Valley Car Club. Lewis Gilbert, look at the lead from the Scotsman. 1.8 seconds. Barbichkova with a purple sector, still fastest on track is Lloyd Hare, who's just outside the top 10 behind the American Charlie Smith. And now a change for second and third. That's Sebastian Koch, the back of that group. Nelson goes on through. Geraghty back to third. Then Sebastian for Dams Racing. Hamilton. That's the Australian for KMS Europe in the X-Prix. Goes in deep under brakes on the back of the German Sebastian Koch. Mentier, Barbichkova. Teresa tried to get a good run on the inside of Lizzie. OJ just behind them, back to Lloyd. Hare inside the top 10. Charlie Smith back to 11. The American Slovakian, who also took victory not only in the Rotax Max Challenge of the United States of America, but in the SCUSA Pro Tour in the previous years as well. The Strawberry Racing driver, head of the Canadian champion, Laurent Legault. Gilbert with a purple 50.088, almost into the 49s. Nelson from Geraghty. That's Hamilton in P4. Barbichkova. Teresa in P5. Koch, Mentier, Nielsen, Yonkers, Hare, Smith, Legault, Cortopassi, and Leon Hasty. Luca Schlegel, after entertaining us superbly throughout the heats, is stuck in 17th. It's tough for the Austrian champion from here. Just comes onto the straight now. There's the Kraft Motorsport kart. Schlegel from AIM, Christopher Holz, Klucher, Sasha and the 7-time national champion, Jakub Gasparevich, ahead of Anya Lavar as we see Barbichkova around the outside of Hamilton. The Czech takes the Hungarian-Australian, Ahmad, who was in P4, but look at Teresa Barbichkova. We race at her home circuit, the Steel Ring, Klinec, for the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge European Series on the first weekend of June. And she's looking to go there with a decent haul of points from this, the first round of the European Trophy here at Wackersdorf. Barbichkova, 6.63, goes by Hamilton in 3.42. The Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris kart ahead of the KMS Europe X-Prix. But it's the Kraft Motorsport CS55 kart of Lewis Gilbert who leads. Nelson, the Welshman, in second place. Teresa now up into third. She is flying. Aman goes on through. Fourth, I should say. Apologies. Of course, Lewis Gilbert. He's some 200 metres up the road. 3.5 seconds clear. Lighting up the timing screen with a 50 dead last time. Mentier still in 7 from Yonkers. Koch. And the Canadian champion who started the year at Orlando, Florida, second in the Rotax Winter Cup in the United States of America. Laurent Legault, 10th place. This is the race leader, Lewis Gilbert, 3.05. Almost certainly will join Sean Butcher on the front row of the grid for the final of the first round of the European Championship this afternoon. As it stands, it's Butcher on pole. That is guaranteed. Gilbert looking to start grid 2. It will be Jort van Wyk out of 3, Nelson out of 4, King Geraghty out of 5. And Seidler, Stadell and Macaulay Bishop, the front 4 rows of the grid. That is provisional, of course. It may well change. As Cameron Nelson puts in a 49.975. Gilbert controlling the pace. Last lap of the race next time round for the driver from the west of Scotland. Hamilton, Barbichkova, the Hungarian from the Czech. Teresa around the outside. Watch her cut back on a man. She needs to be careful because King Geraghty is right there as well. This is Nelson, escapes clear in second place. races down through the chicane. The gap just over 3.5 seconds. Last lap this time round for the Craft Motorsport driver. Into the final corner. 1.2 kilometres to race. Head down behind the steering wheel. Puts in a 50.2 that time at 93 kilometres an hour. Gilbert, Nelson, Hamilton, Geraghty, Babichkova, Nielsen, Mentier, Yonkers, Kosh. The two Dams Racing Team drivers, and now Elia Galvanin inside the top 10. Fantastic drive. Credit to Andrea Remy, who's come from Grid 28 to be in P11. Just goes by Leon Hasty. Out front, it's Gilbert from Nelson, the Scotsman from the Welshman. Neither of them are English. They are from Great Britain. He crests the rise for the final time. The final corner of our final pre-final this morning. Lewis Gilbert takes victory and will join Sean Butcher on the front row of the grid for the final. Life's good for LG. Grid 2 out of 101 drivers in Senior Max here this weekend takes the victory from Nelson, Hamilton, Geraghty, Babichkova, Mentier, Nielsen, Yonkers, Galvanin, and Sebastian Koch. That's Laurent Legault crossing the line in 29th, was in position 10, but an incident 4 laps from the end drops him way down the order. We have a look at the highlights of our final pre-final here this morning. Gilbert from pole position, racing into the lead from Kian Geraghty. The Strawberry Racing driver into second place. Nelson was third. Lewis Gilbert establishing a lead as Lizzie Mentier briefly going into second place. And then it started to kick off halfway through pre-final B for Senior Max. Mentier on the outside, Sebastian Koch with great speed for Dams Racing. Amand Hamilton up into fourth place. Ultimately, the Australian-Hungarian would finish in P3. With that move right there, he made his way through to fourth place. Teresa Babichkova was also flying for Den Holland Racing. Kian Geraghty shadowing the back of the 304 of the Welshman, Cameron Nelson. But out front, Lewis Gilbert took victory and will join Sean Butcher on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. Gilbert wins from Nelson and Hamilton. So the Scotsman from the Welshman, the Australian in third, Amand Hamilton, Australian-Hungarian, just to clarify. Now in the X3 for KMS Europe, Geraghty, Teresa Babichkova from Lizzie Mentier, the two girls finishing ahead of Luke Nielsen from Denmark. OJ, the fastest qualifier, Yonkers from Galvanin, and the second Dams Racing driver, Sebastian Koch, rounds out the 10th. Fantastic drive. Look at that, Andrea Remy, 11th place from Grid 28. Jakub Gasparovic did not finish. 7-time national champion. Unfortunately, Charlie Smith, after running in the top 10, also retired, as did Valentin Beauvoir, Lado Kukianice, Titouan Lescali, and Will Pemble. Almost certainly his weekend is over. That is the grids set. Our first final this afternoon, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Just over to after 2 o'clock Central European time. Thankfully, on a dry circuit. Beautiful springtime sunshine here at WACKERSDORF. 7 pre-finals raced this morning, and we're ready to race our 4 finals, the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, live from WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland here in Germany. The first round of the European Series, presented for the second year by WSK Promotion. Don't go too far away. We'll see you back in just over 1 hour's time as we race the finals, the first round of the European Championships for 2025. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in 1 hour from now, live from WACKERSDORF. Guten Tag, Deutschland. Willkommen here in WACKERSDORF. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful springtime's afternoon as we are ready to race for the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. This is round 1 of 4 for 2025. Here in WACKERSDORF, we go to the Czech Republic next, then karting Genk in Belgium, and then Sano Circuito Internazionale Napoli for the series final in early September. 4 finals to race here this afternoon, starting with DD2 combined with the DD2 Masters drivers, the first of which is Zenderu. We'll get to the grid in just a moment. It is the Czech Jakub Bešel, the former champion, who will start on pole position before we race the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Euro Trophy here in WACKERSDORF. Let's check out some of the highlights from this week here in Germany. Direct drive 2-speed, that is DD2, 34 karts on the grid, ready to race the first of our finals here this afternoon. Persistent, at times torrential rain on Friday, where we did qualify. Fabian Bock was the pole sitter outright. He's a Masters driver. He's the second Masters driver behind Zenderu, who starts back on grid 12, but still the first of the Masters category drivers. Fabian Bock took outright pole position in the rain on Friday, but as we get to the final race of the weekend, it is Jakub Bešel from the Czech Republic, the 2019 European champion, the former Hungarian champion, who also finished on the podium 2 years ago in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. That is Jakub to the left of your screen. The Craft Motorsport MS kart, the Czech driver, the Czech kart, the MS kart which has had so much success the past couple of decades in Rotax competition. Also, Rotax-powered 250cc superkarts in the European and World Long Track Kart Racing Supercar Championships. Jakub Bešel starts out of pole position. We take a look at the grid. 33 karts, says Paul Kurstens. William Nordebeck, 403, just ahead of him. Nicolas Picot, the French veteran, who started 2025 with victory in the Winter Series. We look at Michael Rosina, the Italian, MKC Motorsport. Fabian Bock on the outside of Michael, fastest qualifier in the rain on Friday, but beautiful conditions here this afternoon. 18 degrees Celsius here in the Bavarian countryside at this magnificent WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland circuit. The front row of the grid, the center of your screen. Jakub Bešel, 405. The Czech on pole position for Craft Motorsport, the Czech driver, the German team here in Germany. To the right, the German-speaking driver from over the border in Austria. That is Manuel Tenshirt, 484 in the Birel Art. Nice to have your company wherever you are joining us around the world for the first round of the 2024 European Championships. This is the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented for the second year now by WSK Promotion. 239 drivers from around the world here at this Bavarian circuit for the first round of 4 of this year's series. Let's take a look at the grid. Jakub Bešel leads the field away. The Czech will start from pole position for Craft Motorsport. In the Czech MS kart, Manuel Tenshirt alongside Tommy van der Stroes. Van the Netherlands, also for Craft Motorsport. He's in the Cosmic kart though, Petr Bešel, Craft Motorsport again in the MS kart. WK, 444 out of 5 for RS competition. Philipp Muizzi, vice champion of the world a couple of seasons ago, the second Austrian. Side the top six, Frederick Zevers, SP Motorsport, Len Nys, who won a Viterbo 3 weeks ago, former champion of the world, Ranja Vidas, alongside the Austrian Leon Mendel out of 10. Will Ellswood, British O-Plate champion, alongside the first of the Masters drivers, Zenderu, out of Grid 12. XTR, Grand Finals champion in 2024, first Masters driver. Second is Fabian Bock, who took pole position in the rain on Friday. Michael Rosina, the second Italian, Leonardo Baccalini, Nicholas Pico, Edgars Volkens, William Norderbeck, Sen Nopies, and Val Kerstens, also from the Netherlands, out of Grid 20. Lawrence Herbel, Ben de Jabal, third in last year's European Championships. Mika van der Parvert, second in Viterbo 3 weeks ago. The Montreal Cup champion, Ludovic Sabaran, Marco Drittenpraus, Christian Baumgartner, Patrick Neischer for the car team Maya, Nico Guillaume. Then we go to Balchunas, that's Martinez. Maurits Niopes, out of Grid 30, the Emirati-based Dutchman. Timo Francesco from over the border in Switzerland. Luca Neuenhausen, a DNF in his first heat. The Dutchman's had a tough weekend. It comes from Grid 32. Noyes Gedolaitis on the final grid position. Brendan Klein retiring from the weekend earlier yesterday. We welcome you to Pro-Kart Wackersdorf Raceland in beautiful Bavaria, about 1 hour's drive from the 1972 Olympic city of Munich here in Germany. Round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge, the Euro Trophy, DD2. The final here this afternoon in glorious springtime sunshine. Jakob on pole position. We go round one more time, no start. Under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, assisted by 22-year-old Philip Trombeck from the town of Steel Ring, Klinec, where we race the second round of the European Championship on the 8th of June. We look forward to your company then. Karting Genk in Belgium, round 3 of the series. And the series final, the first weekend of September at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano. 15 laps of this 1,190-metre circuit built back in 1997. Stefan Fritsch and his magnificent team doing a world-class job here this weekend. Despite the trying weather conditions on Friday afternoon, persistent rain, it has eased up. Beautiful sunshine here in the German countryside. One of the most famous race circuits in the world. This is Pro-Kart Wackersdorf Raceland here in Bavaria. The Czech driver, the Czech car for the German team, Jakob Beschel in the MS on pole position. Manuel Tenschert to the right of your screen out of Grid 2. Welcome to Germany. Welcome to the first round of the European Championships. For the first time in 2025, we race. Tenschert misses the start as Jakob Beschel and Tommy van der Strauss make it a Craft Motorsport 1-2. Great start from William Christensen. The RS competition, Dane Tony Card goes up into third place. Van der Strauss, 454. Van the Netherlands. Van Grid 3 into P2. Here's Tenschert from the notorious outside front row of the grid. Back into fourth place as they go down into the turn 11 hairpin for the first time. We'll also keep an eye on the Masters race within a race. Zenderu 535, Fabian Bock 551, Pico, Nopes and Dimo Francesco, the 5 Masters drivers racing within the DD2 category. But as we complete the first lap, it is a Craft Motorsport 1-2. Beschel, Van der Strauss, Christensen, Tenschert. Manuel drives up the inside. Christensen is off the road, 444, back to P4. The young Dane falls off the podium and loses a ton of time, now coming under attack from the second Beschel brother in the third Craft Motorsport kart. It's Petr Beschel, Mandel, nice. Frederick Zevers, P8 for SP Motorsport. And Zenderu, XTR, is the top Masters driver in P9. Philipp Muizzi, the Austrian, rounds out the 10. The leading trio pull away as William Christensen comes under attack from Petra Beschel, who drives up the inside, having to defend from Len Nys, who was the fastest driver in the pre-final this morning. The Belgian, who also won at Viterbo, north of the eternal city of Rome, the second round of the Winter Series 2 weeks ago. Len Nys currently in P6. Lap 3 of 15, Kraft Motorsport. The team from the north of Germany, halfway between Hamburg and Dresden. 1-2. Remember, they are two different karts. It is an MS kart in P1, a Cosmic in second. The Czech driver, the Czech kart for the German team here in Germany as they crest the rise. The final corner. Look at the battle for the final steps of the podium. Len Nys trying to go by the second MS kart, the second Beschel. Len on the back of Petra with Christensen back to 6. Nicolas Pigot is the top Masters driver, and the French veteran, reigning Grand Finals champion of the world, also with victories over the past few decades, the NSK Series, the French Long Circuit Championships, in Rotax, also with KZ. Nicolas Pigot up into P6 now. Christensen falls back. Moizzi, Mundell, Zebes, Will Ellswood now in the top 10, just ahead of Michael Rosina. That's Ten Shirt back into third position. Remember, he did start on the front row of the grid, Manuel Ten Shirt. The gap, you can see just a kart length, officially 0.2 of a second, as Tommy van der Stroes puts in a 49.981, the only driver under the 50-second bracket at this early stage of the race. Last time round, Len Nys clocking 101 kilometres an hour here on this 1,190-metre circuit, which surprisingly is actually almost half a kilometre above sea level. Here in the Bavarian forest, not too far from the town of WACKERSDORF. There's Ten Shirt, and then a gap back to Petra Beschel, Len Nys. Nicolas Pigot is right there as well. Remember, he is the first Masters driver. There is the Frenchman crossing the line. He's taken Len Nys. Nicolas Pigot from grid 16, remember, the first Masters driver in his P5 outright. Dimo Noto Francesco is P2 in the Masters category from Nopies. Maurits is the third Masters driver ahead of Fabian Bock, and Zenderu, unfortunately, has retired from the final here this afternoon. XTR is out. The Belgian who won the Rotax Max Grand Finals last year, now racing in the Masters category, has retired, as has Fabian Bock. The pole sitter from Friday in the rain, the German, is out. His teammates continue to lead. It is Kraft Motorsport, 1, 2 and 4. Beschel, van der Stroes, Ten Shirt in third. Petra Beschel 4. And Nicolas Pigot in P5 from Mendel, Len Nys, Philip Moizzi, Ellswood. The 20-year-old Brit who was third in last year's European E20 Electric Car Championship, as the Emirati-based Dutchman, Sam Nopies, sets the fastest lap of the race. He's in P11, 49.696, just ahead of Leonardo Baccalini, who was hoping to end up on the podium here this afternoon. Leonardo Baccalini, you cast your mind back as we start the second half of the race, back to 2021, the WSK Supermaster Series in OK, when the young Italian made his debut for Kart Republic and took a heat win at the much-missed Adria Karting Raceway. Incidentally, stand by. Yes, there is news coming. Leonardo Baccalini took victory, his final heat that Saturday afternoon, against the likes of Lorenzo Travisanuto, Tyler Barnard, and now Mercedes F1 driver Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Baccalini is now just on the edge of the top 10, ahead of Ben Dejabo, who was third in last year's European Championships. Craft Motorsport 1-2. The 2019 champion JB P1 glances back over his shoulder to his teammate. That's Tommy van der Stroes van the Netherlands. 10 shirt, the Austrian behind the Dutchman, the Czech in P1, the highest part of the circuit. This is lap 9 of 15 down into turn 6. Field in the background. Timo Francesco is looking at a potential podium here this afternoon in the Masters category. Nicolas Piccol, first Masters driver, and P5 outright for the Frenchman in the Tony karts. 3 Craft Motorsport karts inside the top 5. Manuel 10 shirt, representing Austria in the Rotax Max Grand Finals, which incidentally are back to the Bahrain International Circuit in the Arabian Gulf the first weekend of December, the 26th edition of the biggest race in the world. And of course, the winners of the European Championships will line up on the grid for their respective countries. At the moment, it looks as though Jakob Beschel will need to contact the travel agent in the next coming weeks, because the Czech is looking good, at least to start his European campaign, with victory in the championship lead. Going to his country, remember, we go back to the Czech Republic. Early rounds of the European Series held at the Sosnova circuit, the steel ring Klinec. Almost walking distance, literally, from both the Polish and Slovakian borders. In the Czech Republic, the driver from the Czech Republic in the kart from the Czech Republic on your screen in P1. JB leads, Jakob Beschel missed the podium at Viterbo in the Winter Series a few weeks ago in very different conditions to what we have this afternoon. Beautiful, glorious sunshine here in the Bavarian countryside. Absolutely spotless setting. And the gap now edging out to almost half a second between the two teammates. Just the 2 retirements, the 2 Masters drivers, Fabian Bach and Zenderu, are both out. Manuel 10 shirt, P3 for the Austrian at the moment, 2 seconds off the driver on your screen in second place, Tommy van der Stroes. Fastest lap for Leon Mandel. The second Austrian is in 7th place now. The third Austrian, Philip Moitzi, just behind. 49.5 for Leon, who started grid 10, was aiming for the podium, unlikely to arrive there. He's behind Len Nice, Nicolas Piccol, ahead of Moitzi, Frederick Zebes, Semnopies, Ben Dejabo, P11, ahead of Ellsworth, Baccaglini, Michael Orsina, the 2 Italians from Nordbeck, and William Christensen, WK back to 16 in the 444. RS competition Tony kart. A good start as we go into the final stages of the first final here this afternoon, but William Christensen will not stand on the podium. He finished second last year, of course, in the season opening Winter Cup at Campillos in the south of Spain in the pouring rain. But Christensen has fallen right down the order as Jakob Beschel climbs over the ripple strip. Pulls away from his teammate ever so slightly. 2 laps remaining next time round. There's 10 shirt coming onto the straight and crossing the line now. He looks back behind him. It's quite a distance to Petr Beschel. Craft Motorsport 1, 2 and 4. On this, the penultimate lap of the race, split only by the Birol Art of Manuel 10 shirt. Last year, of course, it was Enzo Bol who took the title to the Netherlands, winning over Zenderu and Ben Dejabo. Well, Zenderu is out and Ben Dejabo is in P11 at the moment. Jakob Beschel won this title a few years ago, puts in a purple sector, puts in a 49.5 4.84 last time. He pulls away from his teammate. Jakob Beschel starts the last lap in P1 now. Glances back over his shoulder. Crosses the line, 98 k's an hour that time, 99 for his teammate. Tenscher, Beschel, Picol, Lennice, Mendel, Mwitzi, Semnopies, Zevish, Zabo, Ellsworth, Baccalini, Rossina go through. There's Norberg, Christiansen ahead of Ranja Vidas, the Estonian 2019 Rotax Max Grand Finals champion, way outside the top 10, down in 17th place. Down through the chicane for the final time, JB P1. Craft Motorsport 1-2 here this afternoon. He crests the rise for the final time. The driver from the Czech Republic, the MS kart from the Czech Republic, the checkered flag waves. The 2019 champion wins the first round of the 2025 European Series. Jakob Beschel takes victory here at WACKERSDORF. It's a Craft Motorsport 1-2 here this afternoon in Germany. Tommy van der Stroes van the Netherlands, P2. Manuel Tenscher, the Austrian, home in third place. Picol wins the Masters class. There's Drittenprist, very Timo, not the Francesco. The Swiss driver on the podium in the Masters category. Leads home Luca Neuenhausen. And Maurits Notjes, the third Masters driver home. Jakob Beschel wins the first race of the 2025 European Championships here in Germany. Jakob Beschel takes the victory. It's a Craft Motorsport 1-2. Tommy van der Stroes, P2. Manuel Tenscher in the Birolart in third place for the KSB Austria Birolart team. Head to the Beschel. Craft Motorsport 1, 2 and 4. Nicholas Picol, P5 outright. And the first Masters driver home ahead of Lennice, Mendel, Moitzi, Nopies, Zebesh, Jabo, Ellsworth, Baccalini, Rossina, the two Italians, William Norberg. Ranja Vidas takes Christiansen. Remember, WK was P3 in the early stages of the race, but finishes well outside the top 10. Timo, not the Francesco, second Masters driver home. He'll be delighted with that. And he'll be joined on the podium by Maurits Notjes, the third Masters driver home. The first of which is, of course, Nicholas Picol, who again finished an outstanding P5 outright. JB from Grid 1 wins the first round of the European Championships here at Procard WACKERSDORF Raceland in Germany. We are just over the border from the Czech Republic. Almost a home race for Jakob Beschel, the former European champion. He gets his 2025 campaign off to a perfect start with a perfect drive, a perfect launch from pole position. JB takes the victory. Beschel wins for Craft Motorsport, who finish 1, 2 and 4 here this afternoon, only split by the Austrian Manuel Tenscher for the Austrian KSB Birolart team, who makes the podium in third place. A beautiful springtime day here this afternoon at WACKERSDORF. The breeze picking up, the temperature 18 degrees Celsius. It was 4 degrees Celsius, barely above freezing, would you believe, on Friday morning. And then persistent, at times, torrential rain, where we did qualify, doing almost 70-second lap times. But the sun is shining, the breeze is blowing. And insert whichever other cliche you'd like here. We've got off to a fantastic start under these beautiful blue Bavarian skies here at WACKERSDORF. Jakob Beschel from just over the border in the Czech Republic has taken victory in the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORf in Germany. Tommy van der Stroes, P2. It's Craft Motorsport 1-2. Ja, guten Tag. Guten Tag, wie geht's? Yeah, if my German was any more, I'd continue that conversation remotely. Tommy Bandes Troyes, Craft Motorsport 1-2 and Manuel 10 shirt in P3. Nicholas Piccol, the first Masters driver, will be joined by Timo Francesco and Maurits Nopjes in just a few moments' time. The drivers making their way up from Parc Fermé. They'll stand on the podium, Mr. Stefan Fritsch, former European junior karting champion himself, winning a title in the 1980s in, Stefan, I reckon it was in Slovenia, seemingly a lifetime ago. Owner and manager of one of the finest kart racing circuits in the world. This is Pro Kart Wackersdorf Raceland. Mr. Stefan Fritsch and his fantastic team will present the trophies to the winning drivers from the Czech Republic, the Netherlands and Austria respectively in just a moment. The podium presentation for DD2 and DD2 Masters coming your way live from Wackersdorf in just a moment. The drivers making their way up from the podium. Stand by the presentation for the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Firstly, for the DD2 category, and then for the Masters class, Nicholas Piccol to be joined by Timo Francesco, Maurits Nopjes, the Emirati-based Dutchman, who was actually racing Rotax back in the early 2000s, Maurits Nopjes. Also with experience racing in the United Arab Emirates Golf GTI Championships almost 2 decades ago at the Dubai Autodrome. He finishes on the podium as the third Masters driver. Stay with us, the podium presentation for both DD2 and DD2 Masters live from here at Wackersdorf in just a moment. The drivers making their way up to the podium. First, the DD2 presentation, the podium, and then DD2 Masters. Before we move on to the mini final, junior and then senior to finish out the afternoon. The former European champion looking to start or take another title after he starts in the perfect fashion. Jakob Beschel to stand on the podium, the top step in just a moment. So we wait for confirmation from race control. Of the classification for the DD2 podium, the first round of the Rotax Challenge. Here at WACKERSDORF Pro Kart Raceland, the podium for the first round of the 2025 championship. He's not a Masters driver at 42 years of age. He's driven brilliantly to finish in P3 outright. From Austria for the KSB Birrell Art team, in third place, Manuel Tenschert. Second place for the Craft Motorsport team van the Netherlands, P2, Tommy van der Stroes. From just over the border in the Czech Republic from pole position, he dominated the final here this afternoon. The winner of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2 from the Czech Republic in the MS Kart for Craft Motorsport, Jakob Beschel. And representing the winning team, Craft Motorsport, Kilian Kraft. Third place in the DD2 final here this afternoon, the Austrian Manuel Tenschert. Mr. Stefan Fritsch, owner, manager of this magnificent Pro Kart WACKERSDORF Raceland, presents the third place trophy to Manuel. We'd also like to ask Stefan to present the second place trophy to the driver who finished in P2 from the Netherlands, Tommy van der Stroes. And Stefan will also present the winning trophy to the driver from the Czech Republic. He wins here at WACKERSDORF, Jakob Beschel. And representing the winning team at Craft Motorsport, Kilian Kraft. The national anthem of the Czech Republic. The podium for DD2, round one of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Third place, Manuel Tenschert. Second, Tommy van der Stroes. And the winner here in WACKERSDORF, Jakob Beschel. Thank you to Manuel, dankjewel Tommy, and thank you, Jakob. DD2 racing together in conjunction with the DD2 Masters category. A familiar face will stand on the top step. And joined by two new faces in the DD2 Masters category here this afternoon. Once again, we'd like to call on the owner of the Pro Cup WACKERSDORF Raceland, Mr. Stefan Fritsch. He will be presenting the trophies to the DD2 Masters drivers. The podium for DD2 Masters here, round one of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF in Germany. In third place, the Dutchman from the Emirates for the Dams Racing Team, Maurits Nopjes. Second place in DD2 Masters for the Kart Meyer team from just over the border in Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco. He wins it again. He is the reigning Rotax Max Grand Finals Masters Champion of the world. He wins the first round of the European Trophy. Welcome again to the top step of the podium, the French veteran, Nicolas Picot. Third place in DD2 Masters to Maurits Nopjes. Second place in DD2 Masters from Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco. From France, the winner of the first round here in Germany of DD2 Masters, Nicolas Picot. And also as a privateer, he takes the trophy also as his own representative team manager. Congratulations again, Nicolas Picot. The national anthem of La France. The podium for DD2 Masters here for round one of the Euro Trophy. Third place for the Emirati Dutchman, Maurits Nopjes. From Switzerland, P2, Timo Notafrancesco. And the winner here in Germany, Nicolas Picot. Stay with us here this afternoon at the mini-final live from WACKERSDORF in a moment. Back here at WACKERSDORF here this afternoon, we are ready to race over 10 laps, 12 kilometres, the Mini-Max final here. It is the German Euro Cup for the Mini-Max category. The single race title shootout, and the winner of this will of course line up representing their country in the Arabian Gulf for the Bahrain International Circuit for the 26th edition of the biggest race in the world. The 2025 Rotax Max Grand Finals in Bahrain this year. It's the German Euro Cup for Mini-Max. We'll take a look at the grid. Still a few minutes before the start. To the left of your screen, the bottom left, it is the Gillard Cup for SFR Motorsport. Alfie Mauer and Oliver Spencer for KR Sport. Starting out of grid 2. 36 karts on the grid, going right back to Dominik Groscha in the Croc promotion kart. The Hungarian. There is Oliver to the right of your screen out of grid 2. And there is Alfie, grid 1 in the Gillard SFR Motorsport. Spencer, of course, winning last time out in the Winter Series. Most of the drivers with a Union Jack beside their name, also racing 2 weeks ago at Warden Law in the first round of the British Championship. And as we look at our timing screen, the Union Jack probably fills a good 1/3 of the grid. British domination thus far. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the grid. Ready to race. The German Euro Cup for Minimax here at WACKERSDORF this afternoon in beautiful conditions here in Bavaria. Approximately halfway between the German cities of Nuremberg and Munich. The 1 minute board goes up. We'll take a look at the grid for you in a moment. You can see that it is Alfie to the left of your screen on pole position, Oliver to the right. Emerson McAndrew Uran, who took pole position in the pouring rain on Friday, starting a little bit further back on the grid, grid 11, but certainly a contender for the final here this afternoon. 36 Minimax drivers on the grid. This is Spencer on your screen. The team from Silverstone of Ashley Orchard looking to harvest another victory here this afternoon. Huge news coming out of the United Kingdom in the recent few weeks. The CIK grade 1,400 metre international standard, £8 million Silverstone karting circuit is almost complete. Home base for the KR Sport team. Oliver Spencer, having said that, is slow to get away. Oh no, don't tell me. The 142 has not fired. Oliver Spencer stuck on the grid. We take a look as Oliver steps out of the kart. Alfie Man to start on grid 1. Oliver Spencer supposedly to start on grid 2, but he has not moved. Max Jolly out of 3, Tom Reed out of 4. Then it's Ward, Quesada, Austin Oman for SPR. Keith Moyes, Riley Moreau, and Andreas Papagiorgio. The Cypriot starting out of grid 10. I can tell you the Dan Holland Racing team are actually assisting the KR Sport team to get Oliver in the race. Tremendous sportsmanship. As we take a look at the rest of the grid, the fastest qualifier, Emerson out of 11, Matthias Drexler out of 12, Harry Radcliffe, Lucian Smith, Cook, Jochus, Andreas Kedila, Ferro, Harry Kallenberg, the German from the Emirates, and Leo Livings out of grid 20. Oliver Spencer still on the start-finish straight. Now the kart has fired. He will start from the back of the grid. Klinkers, Eberjani, Ryan Rampadrath, Dimitar Lazarov, the Bulgarian German, and Christian Abels for Dams Racing, Clarence Halves, Ava Lawrence, the Australian from the Emirates, alongside Vasquez, Cavagnol, and Benjamin Karacevic. The Dutch Bosnian from the Emirates, SFR out of 30, Atika Mir from Kashmir in India, the DHR, Yalzaitis, Mario Roberto, Jonas Pundish, Dominik Groscha, and Remagush Krajtunis out of grid 36. It will be 35 though, effectively. Oliver Spencer, I can tell you off screen, massive credit to the Dan Holland Racing team. Sportingly, they jumped the fence in pit lane to help their rival, Oliver Spencer, get back going. Tremendous sportsmanship from the Dan Holland Racing and KR Sport teams. But it's Alfie Man, SFR Motorsport on pole position. Oliver Spencer is not there. We race. Tom Reed from grid 3 tries to go through to position 2, but Max attacks. Jolly up into second place for Strawberry Racing, but it's Alfie Mayer who leads them down the hill for the first time. Superstar from Max Jolly, who's trying to take the lead in the early stages here. That's Alfie Ward for MLC Motorsport. A crash at the top of the hill involving Keith Moyes and Riley Moreau, also Matthias Drexler. From just over the border in Austria, those three drivers, Riley Moreau, Keith Moyes, and Drexler come together on the very first lap. Oliver Spencer has taken the start down in 36th position. We'll keep one eye on the Brit where he crosses the line at the end of the first lap. But it's Alfie Mayer in P1 being shadowed by the Strawberry Racing carts. Pushes Alfie across the line. As we get news, yes, Case Moyes under investigation, crosses the line in P10 behind Andreas Papageorgiou. Ward down the inside of Max Jolly, who slots back to P3. Now, Ward in second place, Jolly on the outside. We look to the fastest qualifier for Den Holland Racing. Emerson Makendra Uran ahead of Tom Reed, Ratcliffe, Austin Oman, Papageorgiou from the Cypriot, or the islet of Cyprus in the middle of the Mediterranean, home circuit of Daytona Raceway in Nicosia. Now with Dan Holland Racing, he's in P8 ahead of Yodges, Cook and Kees Moyes, who's under investigation. Mayer leads, cannot escape. Oliver Spencer crossed the line at the end of lap 1 in position 25. Lap 3, it is Alfie from Alfie. Max back in 3 from Tom Reed, who of course won the recent Winter Series at Viterbo and Cremona to start the 2025 European season. Emerson for DHR just goes down the inside. Nicely done, he attacks. Goes by Max. Reed up into 4th place. Austin Oman also for Sam Pollard Racing. His teammate, Tom Reed, just a position ahead. Papageorgiou in P7. Oliver Spencer is now behind Mario Roberto in position 23. He will not stand on the podium this afternoon. Hugely disappointing. A tough start for the young Brit. Oliver Spencer to start the 2025 European title. His European campaign at least. This is the single round European German Cup for the Mini-Max category. It is Alfie Mayer in P1 from Ward. Emerson just being passed now by Tom Reed. He goes by. Fantastic start off screen for Princess Ava. Lawrence is up into position 13. The now Iron Dame, racing for the Yass Heat Marina team, has passed something like 13 or 14 karts. She's now gone by Ferro and Yochis up into position 12, grid 27. For the Italian-based Australian from the Emirates, Ava Lawrence, she's knocking on the door of the top 10 behind Kees Moyes, who's under investigation. Half race distance at the end of this lap. Alfie from Alfie, both being caught by Tom Reed. Oliver Spencer still circulating, but down in 21st position. Just goes by Atika Mir. And Dimitar laps it off. Atika, who took victory at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans in France last year. Head of Mario Roberto, Mick Klinkers and Ryan Rampadarath. Vasquez in that battle as well. The leading duo, Alfie and Alfie, now being caught by Tom to make it a trio to fight for the victory in the German Euro Cup here at WACKERSDORF for Mini-Max. Still Alfie now, who started from P1, the Gillard TG17 chassis. The OTK being shadowed by Alfie Ward. MLC Motorsport, that's the Cosmic. He's close enough to make a move he needs to soon, because Tom Reed is right there as well. The SFR Motorsport team carts, first and third. Then we go back to Max, Emerson, Austin Oman, Josh Cook, Papageorgiou cannot get by. He's stuck in 8th, head of Livings, who's come from grid 20 ahead of Harry Ratcliffe, Lawrence, Lucian Smith, Ebergeni, Spencer now in 14. A sensational start under very difficult circumstances for Oliver Spencer. There he goes, just crests the rise now. Half race distance. Oliver Spencer carving through the field, having to start from the back of the pack after the car did not fire from the grid. Spencer is up to 14 behind Ebergeni, as now we see Tom race on by SFR Motorsport. 1-2 here this afternoon in the German sunshine. Alfie and Alfie, 1-3. It is SFR Motorsport, 1-2. Back to Max Emerson in P5. 3 laps to race at the end of this one as Alfie man glances back over his shoulder. Max Jolly just a step off the podium after taking victory at Warden Law in the first round of the British Championships 2 weeks ago. The circuit outside Sunderland in the very northeast of England. Just for Strawberry Racing. He's actually catching. Max Jolly is not out of this. Unfortunately, I can tell you that Riley Moreau is out. He has retired. Matthias Drexler coming together with him in the opening lap of the race. Drexler has continued on, but down in 35th. And the final running position here this afternoon. Mayer breaks free ever so slightly. Tom Reed in second place. Max Jolly is catching the both of them. Austin Oman, the fastest on circuit. But Max Jolly puts in a purple sector. The Strawberry Racing Tony Kart is now on the back of the second Alfie in P3. The first Alfie is about to cross the line with 2 laps remaining. Mayer from pole position. SFR Motorsport. 1-2 here in the German sunshine. Watch Tom, not now, but into turn 4. Sweeps up the inside, skates on the brakes. Tom almost runs into the back of his teammate. Jolly's right there trying to look for a way by onto the podium. Alfie back down the inside. Max around the outside. Cannot do it. The Strawberry Racing Tony Kart runs out of road. Austin! Awesome from Aman, who's now trying to race up onto the podium. Cook is in this as well, but cuts the circuit controversially and loses time in the process. Last lap, next time round. 1.2 kilometres, 3/4 of a mile to race. The Union Jack, there are 8 of them on our timing screen inside the top 10. The first of which belongs to Alfie Mayer. Tom Reed in second place, incredibly. The SFR Motorsport drivers still 1-2 in the Gillard, the GG17 chassis. Now it is OTK equipment. The Gillard, which took victory in the 2005 World Championships at Braga in Portugal with an Alpine F1. Team principal Oliver Oakes. He drove a Gillard to victory that day 2 decades ago. And surely we're about to see a Gillard victory here this afternoon. Not only that, but for SFR Motorsport, a 1-2 as well here in Germany. Alfie Mayer from Tom Reed around the outside, running out of road. Austin Oman is about to fall off the podium. Out front, the checkered flag waves as they run off the road in the background. Alfie Mayer wins the German Euro Cup. Cook Jolly into the grass on the final corner. Tom second, Austin, awesome, on the podium in third place. Austin Oman for Sam Pollitt Racing in the Kart Republic. Leads home the fastest qualifier, Emerson McAndrew ran ahead of Leo Livings, who came from grid 20 to finish in P5. We take a look at the highlights of the German Cup from pole position. Alfie Mayer with Oliver Spencer not alongside him. We'll get back to the Brit in a moment. He has driven a remarkable race. Alfie Mayer withstanding the pressure. Max Jolly in the early stages up into position 2. Was soon joined by Alfie Ward and Tom Reed. For quite a while it was Alfie and Alfie. But then it was SFR Motorsport 1-2. Tom trying down the inside, almost touching. In fact, he did not touch his teammate. He did keep it clean, did Tom. Ultimately, they would finish 1-2 here this afternoon. Jolly just being forced out of track position. He and Cook coming together on the very final corner. They missed the podium. SFR Motorsport 1-2 here in the German Cup here this afternoon. Alfie Mayer needs to go to the travel agent tomorrow morning because he has booked his ticket to the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain in December. SFR Motorsport The Gillards, 1-2. Mare from Reed, Austin Aman. Home in third place for Sam Pollitt Racing. Emerson, the fastest qualifier. A great weekend for the young Brit. Finishes in P5. Livings, Ward, Radcliffe, Papa Giorgio. Would you believe Oliver Spencer has finished in P9 after starting in 36th and the final position. Outstanding from Oliver. Does not stand on the podium, but earns everybody's respect here this afternoon. Just awesome from Oliver. The car did not fire. The DHR team, tremendous sportsmanship from them to get him on the track. He started dead last, 36th, but finishes P9. Riley Moreau coming together with Matthias Drexler, who did cross the line way down the order in 33rd position. But Riley did not. Jolly Cook out on the final corner. Alfie Mare takes victory in the Mini-Max German Euro Cup. Tom Reed makes it SFR Motorsport 1-2. Austin Aman on the final corner. The Sam Pollitt Racing driver on the podium in third place. Stay with us here this afternoon from WACKERSDORF, the podium presentation for the German Euro Mini-Max Cup, live from here at WACKERSDORF.
While wait for the moment to pass, I want it to start now, start now. I want this feeling to last, keep it alive now, right now. It's been too long. The chase has been drawn out enough. I'll wait till you move on.
The drivers making their way up to the podium. The German Cup for Mini-Max here at WACKERSDORF here this afternoon. An SFR Motorsport 1-2, joined by Austin for Sam Pollitt Racing. The podium presentation here at WACKERSDORF, the German Cup for Mini-Max from the United Kingdom. In third place for Sam Pollitt Racing, Austin Oman. Second place in the German Cup here at WACKERSDORF for SFR Motorsport from the United Kingdom, Tom Reed. And a perfect drive from pole position to take victory and book his ticket to the Rotax Max Grand Finals in Bahrain in December, making it an SFR Motorsport 1-2, the winner here in WACKERSDORF this afternoon from the United Kingdom, Alfie Mare. And representing the winning team, SFR Motorsport, Nathan Rawlings. Mr. Stefan Fritzl, Pro Car Wackersdorf Raceland, to present the third place trophy to Austin Amman. Second place, also from the United Kingdom, to Tom Reed. And the winner, thank you Tom, thank you Stefan, the winner here of the German Mini-Max Cup, Alfie Meyer. And Nathan Rawlings accepting the winning trophy on behalf of the winning team who make it a 1-2 here in Wackersdorf, SFR Motorsport. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium, it is a UK 1, 2 and 3 for the German Mini-Max Cup. First place, Alfie Meyer. Second, Tom Reed. Austin Amman in third place. Alfie Meyer needs to go to the travel agent tomorrow morning because he has booked his place to the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final in the Arabian Gulf at Bahrain International Circuit the first weekend in December. With that, I'd like to call on Mr. Andrea Giustini to present the winning RMC ticket to Alfie, who will represent the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland at this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Congratulations, Alfie. The German Mini-Max Cup. Third place, Austin Amman for Sam Pollard Racing. It's an SFR Motorsport 1-2. Tom Reed in second place, and Alfie Meyer takes the victory here in Wackersdorf. Thanks Austin, Tom and Alfie. Alfie, we'll see you in Bahrain in December.
Now we will go back home today, until the very last hour. We still got a few more days to slay, it's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control.
Halfway through the afternoon here at Wackersdorf, a beautifully sunny afternoon here in the German countryside. Stand by because the Junior Max Final is next up, over 14 laps. And it promises to be an absolutely cracking race with the Dutchman to start from the eerste positie, P1 for Boaz Maximoff. To start alongside is Shun Sekaguchi for DHR. 61 drivers in the Junior Max class, 239 in total from around the world here at Wackersdorf for the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The Junior Final over 14 laps in just a moment. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at Wackersdorf. The Dutch and Japanese drivers share the front row of the grid for the junior final here this afternoon. Boaz Maximoff, the former Dutch Mini-Max champion. 230 for Bulvan Power to start out of pole position. Shun Sekaguchi, the Asian champion, winning that title in Langkawi, Malaysia last year. Grid 2 for Dan Holland Racing out of 258. The first round of the Junior Championship, Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Plenty of Rotax Max Challenge races taking place around the world today. Zuera for the Spanish Championship. They're racing in Buenos Aires in Argentina later today. Already raced, already wrapped up in the Philippines, in Carmona. Down in Vereniging in South Africa. The Rotax Max Challenge South African Championship just over the border in Switzerland at the Vollen Circuit. Also the Swiss Max Championship. Incidentally, 2 weeks' time, May the 10th, back at the Vollen Circuit for the second running of the Elia Epifanio Memorial Trophy. We look forward to seeing you then in memory of our late young friend Elia Epifanio at Vollen on the May the 10th. It promises to be a fantastic event in memory of our young late friend Elia Epifanio. In 2 weeks from now, where they're racing the Swiss Rotax Max Challenge. And we are ready to race the junior final here this afternoon at WACKERSDORF. You look at Boaz Maximoff for Bulvan Power to the left of your screen. Starts out of pole position, Shun Sekaguchi. For DHR, the team from Wilton Mill in the King's England, the driver from the land of the rising sun. As we just mentioned, winning that title, the Asian Championship at the magnificent, incredible Langkawi circuit on the tropical Malaysian island of Langkawi in 2024. Cole Denham, CD, the Scotsman out of grid 3, alongside JA, also for DHR. That's Jacob Ashcroft. This is Shun Sekaguchi for Dan Holland's team. He took victory 3 weeks ago at Viterbo. Starts grid 2 here this afternoon. 36 Junior Max drivers on the grid here at WACKERSDORF. Round 1 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. This is Cole Denham. Do not dare call him English. You can see the Scottish flag proudly being displayed on the side of the 262 Dan Holland Racing cart. Starts alongside his English teammate, Jacob Ashcroft. Vince van der Halen starting out of grid 5. This is JA from England. Starts out of grid 4. Van der Halen for Bulvan Power. 2 Bulvan Power carts inside the top 5. Kai Clark, the first non-OTK kart out of grid 7, Sam Pollitt Racing in the Kart Republic. The grid for the first round of the 2025 Junior Max Euro Trophy. Boaz Maximoff for Bulvan Power to start on pole position. One kart has not fired. We'll get back to that in just a moment. This is the grid though. Boaz on pole, Shun Sekaguchi out of grid 2, Cole Denham, Jacob Ashcroft, the second row of the grid, Vince van der Halen, and Frederick Flood Engelbretts, Kai Clark, Mate Gobekidze, the Georgian, Harry Freeman, the recently crowned Winter Series champion, Albert Friend, last year's European Mini champion out of grid 10. Grid 11, Rory Armstrong from Northern Ireland, alongside Max Sadursky, the Dutchman, Will Archer, Kevin Polak, Boris Verhaage, Wayne Gandor, the Canadian, Alex Rogalski, Archie Lovett, Lars Lambers, and Phil Moss. Vilicic, the Hungarian, out of grid 20. Sebastian Loisch, and it's Matsina, Seidel, Negura, Christian Sayerson, who took victory at Cremona earlier on in 2025, starts out of grid 25, alongside Jamie Ambrose, Soltish, Alex Goodson, Leo Gonzalez, 3 times vice champion of Switzerland, alongside Christoph Killer from over the border in the Czech Republic. The 2 Austrians, it's Dragos and Nia, starting ahead of Louis Radcliffe, Eva Morris out of 34, Finlay Lyons and Bram van der Werken. It was Finlay's kart who did not fire. You just got a glimpse as the karts left the grid. 35 of 36 of them. Finlay Lyons' kart did not fire, being dragged to pit lane. The Brit was to start, still is to start. Had a grid 35, so effectively the back of the grid. Out front, it is the Dutchman. Klaar voor dit de volgende race. He's ready to race now. From grid 1 on your screen for the Boulevard Power team. 14 laps of this 1.2 kilometre circuit, built back in 1997. It was 2013 where two Dutchmen shared the front row of the grid in the KZ European Championships. Europex and Max Verstappen, a CRG 1-2, a Dutch 1-2 that day. Now it's a Dutch-Japanese front row of the grid for the junior final. We don't race, another formation lap. Watch for Rory Armstrong as well, 266 for the Northern Irishman. Home circuit of Nuts Corner. On the Irish side of the Irish Sea. Has been quick all weekend, not only on this the WACKERSDORF circuit, but one of the finest indoor circuits in Europe is right here at WACKERSDORF as well. Rory Armstrong actually set a new lap record on the indoor circuit on Friday night, as if these kids hadn't had enough racing in the rain on Friday. Rory Armstrong lapped the indoor circuit 42.473. That number may not mean much, but it was 2 seconds faster than anybody has lapped the WACKERSDORF indoor circuit in the past month. Rory Armstrong for Dan Holland Racing. Starting out of grid 11, it is Maximoff on pole position. Willkommen in WACKERSDORF, here in Deutschland. Welcome to Bavaria, the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We race. Fabulous start from CD. Colt Denham shoots up into P2. Shun Sekaguchi around the outside. Tries to take the lead. He's on the outside. It becomes the inside. The Dan Holland Racing drivers, 2, 3, and 4. But it's Boaz Maximoff from pole position, the Boulevard Power driver, who leads the DHR trio as they come down the hill for the first time. Not a great start at all for Frederick Flood Engelbretts, who's been in dynamic form this weekend. The Norwegian for the Danish RS competition team. An incident though for his teammate Christian Sejersen, coming together with Alex Goodson in the opening stages of the Junior Max final here at WACKERSDORF this afternoon. We cross the line for the first time, already a nice lead for Boaz Maximoff. But the DHR trio work together like the peloton in the Tour de France. The DHR drivers 1, 2, and 3. They just drive on by. Kai Clark also follows them through. The DHR trio first, second and third in the second lap of the Junior Max final. Fantastic pass. Boaz Maximoff with nobody to help. He falls from the race lead, from pole position, back into P4. Colt Denham takes the race lead, does the young Scotsman. Who complete lap 2 in the race lead. This is impressive, the team based at the Wilton Mills circuit. Dan Holland Racing first, second and third. Denham, Ashcroft, back to Shun Sekaguchi. But it's the Scotsman, the 2023 British Mini-Max champion, CD P1. Back to JA and Shun Sekaguchi, who took victory at Viterbo in the pouring rain 3 weeks ago. Back to Harry, Kai, Rory Armstrong. Maximoff from pole position, back to 7th place. Not even close to the podium. Fren Saturski, Vance van der Halen, the two Dutch-speaking drivers from the Netherlands and Belgium respectively, round out the top 10 ahead of Will Archer. Frederick back to 12. Ryan Gandor, then Alex Regalski. Mate Kobakidze, the Georgian, in P15. Look at this. Denham, Ashcroft, Shun Sekaguchi. That group back to 10th place, Max Sadurski. Goodson, after that first lap incident with Christian Sayerson, has retired. The Dane Christian has continued on, but he's down in 34th and last position. At Fisher's Bump, going down the hill into the chicane. Denham rides it nicely. Back to Jacob Ashcroft. Sekaguchi just glances back over his shoulder. Back to Harry, that's Freeman. The recently crowned Winter Series champion. It was, of course, Sekaguchi who took victory at Viterbo, winning from Max Sadurski and Mate Kubakidze at Viterbo. Freeman taking the Winter Series title, the first European race for Rotax of 2025. This is the first European Championship, the Euro Trophy race. DHR, impressive. They run 1, 2, 3. Last year, Jacob Ashcroft, of course, who's P2 on your screen, finished third in the series as Harry goes purple. Freeman for KR Sport. P4 and the fastest driver on the circuit, trying to break clear of Rory Armstrong. Dan Holland Racing, 1, 2, 3 and 5 with the Northern Irishman, Harry Freeman in between. Back to Albert Friend, last year's European Junior Max champion. Third in last year's Junior European Championships. Jacob Ashcroft, who's currently P2 on your screen, closes in on the back of his Scottish teammate at 94 kilometres an hour as they race uphill, remarkably uphill, here at WACKERSDORF. Now TV pictures, as good as they may be, do not do the undulation of this 1,190 metre circuit justice. That vicious bump down into the chicane. JA in P2, CD leads the Scotsman from the Englishman, and Shun Sekaguchi, who goes in very deep under brakes into the turn 11 hairpin. As Jacob Ashcroft gets off the throttle clearly there to try and get the drive over the exit, over the rise, the final corner. As we start lap 7 of 14, Dan Holland Racing, 1, 2, 3 and 5 with Rory Armstrong, split by Harry Freeman. Harry for the KR Sport team. Carts starting to be littered around the circuit with Los Lambers. Sebastian Loisch is out, Christoph Killer. Goodson and unfortunately Finlay Lines. His car did not fire before the start. The Brit did not even get to race this afternoon. Freeman in the background has broken clear of Rory Armstrong. Vince van der Halen, who was fastest on the circuit a few moments ago. But Max Sadurski puts in a 50.715. The Dutchman goes purple, breaks clear of Kai Clark and Albert Friend, who falls back to 10. The second half of the Junior Max final, the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Denham, P1. Again, fastest for the Bulvan Power Team driver. Van der Halen ahead of Boas Maximov. As Denham and Ashcroft, the two British drivers, break clear ever so slightly of their Japanese teammate, who will be attacked by Harry Freeman for KR Sport, unless he can stay with the back of Jacob Ashcroft. Boas Maximov, the first Dutchman, the second of which is right behind him, Max Sadurski, started from pole position, but he's behind his Belgian teammate, Mans van der Halen, back in 7th place. Almost certainly, heartbreakingly, Maximov, the former Dutch mini-champion, will miss the podium this afternoon. As it stands, it will be an all Dan Holland Racing, 1, 2 and 3. This is impressive. Harry Freeman, though, the newly crowned Winter Series champion for the team from the Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit of Silverstone in the King's England. Harry is catching up to the back of Shun Sekaguchi. Cole Denham from the outskirts of Edinburgh in Scotland, looking at potentially the biggest win of his career. He was 6th in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. He won the British Mini-Max Championship 2 years ago, but now runs P1 in Junior Max in the first round of the Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF in Germany. Denham, Ashcroft, Shun Sekaguchi. The gap between Shun And Harry Freeman down to 1 second dead. 1.02. Harry is catching the back of Shun. 4 laps to race at the end of this one. 5 kilometres. 3 miles for our friends watching in the United Kingdom and the United States of America. For the rest of us in the metric-speaking world, 4 laps of this 1.2 kilometre circuit. And Cole Denham has been faultless. You can see the rubber line, the Mojo tyres being painted onto this circuit. We'll check the gap between Sekaguchi and Freeman this time around. He's catching. Here comes Harry. He crosses the line. Armstrong from Van der Halen. Down to 9/10 of a second, just a tenth that time. Denham, Ashcroft, Shun Sekaguchi. There's Kobakitse, love it. Aviskulte, Polak, Villasits, Martinez. And now the teammates fight. Cole has to defend, and Shun goes on through to position 2. Nicely done by Sekaguchi. Denham 262, Ashcroft 246, and Shun Sekaguchi 258. The Lando Norris carts first, second and third. Van der Halen has got by Rory Armstrong incidentally for P5. Boaz Maximoff still back in position 7. 3 laps to race. Harry's coming. The gap down to 6/10 of a second between Freeman and Shun Sekaguchi. The teammates fight. They're 3 wide around the outside in the grass. Harry up the inside. Freeman splits the DHR drivers. Incredibly, the Scotsman. CD does still lead. Denham under pressure. It is no longer a DHR 1, 2, 3. They're first, third and fifth. Freeman trying to take the race lead and the victory here at WACKERSDORF this afternoon. Harry in second place. Van der Halen up onto the podium. 2 laps to race at the end of this one. Freeman gets the run. He's on the outside. That will become the inside. As they race up the hill, he tucks back in at 92 kilometres an hour. Denham, Freeman, Vince van der Halen around the outside. Superb from the Belgian, but runs off the road so close to going P1. Spectacular in the Junior Max final. Would you believe we are back to a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, 3 and 4. Incredible here this afternoon. Harry falls back off the podium. Freeman is anything but what his surname suggests. He's under attack from Sadurski, Van der Halen, and Boaz Maximoff. He's not out of it. Last lap this time round. Here we go. Denham, Ashcroft. It's Rory in third. The Northern Irishman behind his English and Scottish teammates. Still it's a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2 and 3, the final opportunity for Harry Freeman to get onto the podium. He's sent. That was far from clean. Vance van der Halen goes on through. You saw it live here from WACKERSDORF this afternoon. Harry Freeman turned in, the rear of the cart was lifted up. He was fired off the side of the circuit. Cole Denham, don't dare fight with a Scotsman. His teammate's going to try it though. Cole Denham from the outskirts of Edinburgh. The Scotsman into the final corner. Dan Holland Racing will go 1-2. Will they make it a 1-2-3? The answer is no. Cole Denham takes victory. Ashcroft second. Vance van der Halen on the podium for Boulevard Power in third place. What a race here at WACKERSDORF this afternoon. The Scotsman wins. Cole Denham takes victory. It's a Dan Holland Racing, a 1-2 in the Junior Rotax Max final here this afternoon. Cole Denham wins round 1 of the 2025 Rotax Max Junior Trophy. The highlights this afternoon, Boaz Maximoff from pole position, the early race leader of the DHR trio. Second, third and fourth just drove on by at the end of the first lap. Denham assumed the race lead from Jacob Astroff and Shun Sekaguchi. They were 1, 2, 3 for most of the race. Shun going through to second place ahead of Ashcroft. And then they fought. Harry from 1 second back was back into it. Cole incredibly held on to the race lead. Harry almost took the lead. Vance van der Halen around the outside into the grass. Cole Denham withstanding enormous pressure. Dan Holland racing 1, 2 and 3 into the final lap. Fighting with Harry Freeman and Vance van der Halen. The Belgian would take third on the podium. Jacob Ashcroft second. But the driver from Edinburgh in Scotland, Cole Denham, the 2023 Mini British Champion, wins round 1 of the 2025 Rotax Max Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF this afternoon. Dan Holland racing 1, 2 and Vance van der Halen behind Jacob Ashcroft, the Belgian, on the podium for Buvan Power in third place. Rory Armstrong, Max Sadurski, Boaz Maximoff in P6, Harry Freeman, Albert Fran and Shun Sekaguchi, who was second and third for much of the race. The Japanese driver heads home Kai Clark for the final position inside the top 10. A spectacular Junior Max final here this afternoon at WACKERSDORF. The Brit wins, don't dare call him English. He's proudly from Scotland. He leads home a Dan Holland racing 1, 2. Cole Denham wins, Jacob Ashcroft second, and Vance van der Halen for Buvan Power, the Belgian, on the podium in third place. Stay with us from WACKERSDORF this afternoon, the junior podium presentation in just a moment. The drivers making their way up to the podium after a spectacular junior final here this afternoon. Den Holland Racing 1, 2 and 3 for most of the race. They finish 1, 2. Still a fantastic result. Joined by Vance van der Halen for Round Power, the Belgian, in third place. The first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for Junior Max. In third place for Round Power from Belgium, Vance van der Halen. Second place from the United Kingdom, the Englishman for Den Holland Racing, Jacob Ashcroft. A tenacious, courageous victory for the Scotsman here this afternoon. He wins round 1 of the 2025 Euro Trophy in Junior Max. For Den Holland Racing, welcome to the top step of the podium here in WACKERSDORF. The winner of round 1 of the 2025 Euro Trophy, Cole Denham. And representing the winning Den Holland Racing team, Russell Carter. Once again, we'd like to call on the manager of the magnificent Procard WACKERSDORF Raceland Circuit, Mr. Stefan Fritsch, to present the third place trophy to Vance van der Halen of Belgium. Second place for Den Holland Racing from England, Jacob Ashcroft. And the winner of the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, the Scotsman for DHR, Cole Denham. And Russell Carter accepting for Den Holland Racing, who finished 1-2 here this afternoon. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Junior Trophy. Third place, Vance van der Halen. Second place, Jacob Ashcroft. And Cole Denham wins here in WACKERSDORF. Thank you, guys. Stand by for the final of the afternoon. Senior Max, live from WACKERSDORF in just a moment. Back here at WACKERSDORF for our final of the afternoon. 101 drivers in the original Senior Max class. And we are down to the final 36 to race for the final this afternoon. Sean Butcher, the former European champion who finished second in last year's series to Matthew Higgins, took 5 heat victories, won the pre-final this morning, and certainly starts on pole position for the KR Sport team in the Cosmic Kart in just a moment. Lewis Gilbert to join him on the outside front row of the grid. Before we do race the final, let's check out some of the highlights which have taken place so far this week at WACKERSDORF here in Germany. Fabulous images all week from here in WACKERSDORF. We had torrential rain on Friday, which did not ease until the early hours of yesterday morning. We raced the first 12 heats on a very wet track on the Mojo wet tyre on Friday afternoon. We qualified doing 64-second lap times. In the rain on Friday, it was Olivier Jonkers who took pole position for the Dams Racing team in wet qualifying. However, it is Sean Butcher who starts on pole position for the senior final in just a moment. He has been unstoppable this weekend. The London-born Australian to the left of your screen. The team from Silverstone, KR Sport. There is Sean on pole position. 357, the Cosmic Kart. Starting alongside Lewis Gilbert. Second in last year's European Championship to Matthew Higgins, who had a stunning qualifying in the Mugello 12-hour GT3 race in Italy a couple of weeks ago, taking pole position. Starting alongside Lewis Gilbert, trying to take the second Scottish victory for the afternoon. 2 drivers from the British Commonwealth on the front row of the grid, the Australian and the Scotsman. If we can conveniently ignore the fact that Sean was actually born in London. The team of Ashley Orchard looking to harvest another victory here this afternoon. Yes, pun intended. Sean Butcher has been just lightning quick this weekend. Your fun fight, 333, may well pose one of the biggest threats this afternoon. Lewis Gilbert, LG, certainly looking to join that group. Another British driver. He's not English. This is the Welshman, Cameron Nelson, who starts out of grid 4. Kean Geraghty for Strawberry Racing. The Tony Kart inside. Third row of the grid. Starting alongside his Strawberry Racing teammate from over the border in Switzerland, Tino Seidler. Look for the golden helmet to shine here this afternoon. The 1 minute board goes up. Sean Butcher for KR Sport. You're just joining our coverage. Huge news in the last few weeks. The £8 million FIA grade, as we look at Tom Strill, also for Strawberry Racing. Silverstone International Kart Racing Circuit looking to open later on this year in around about October. £8 million investment as we look at Macaulay Bishop, who was third in last year's European Championship, the 7-time British champion. Also on the podium in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. The team based at Silverstone, KR Sport, on pole position. This is Ties van Wyk. 369 out of grid 9, alongside his teammate Lizzie Mentier, who starts out of grid 10. 36 karts from 101 qualifiers on Friday afternoon set off on the first of their 2 formation laps under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, assisted this weekend by Filip Trombek from the Czech Republic. Sean Butcher, the Australian, on pole position. The Scotsman, Lewis Gilbert, out of grid 2. Jort van Wijk, the Netherlands, grid 3. The Welshman, Cameron Nelson, out of grid 4. The first Englishman is out of grid 5. That's Keane Garrity, alongside Tino Seidler. Tom Strel, who was second in the Winter Cup in juniors last year, alongside Mac Bishop. Watch him off the start out of grid 8. Ties van Wijk, Lizzie Metier for DHR on the 5th row of the grid. Sebastian Koch for Dams Racing. The second Australian, that's Amand Hamilton. Ahead of the Dane, Nud Nielsen. Lorenzo Giaquinto out of grid 14. Tom Langlois for Dams Racing. Kai Veach, 16. OJ, the fastest qualifier. Olivier Jonkers, ahead of the first of the 2 Israeli drivers, Jan Pinto. Austin Lee, the German-American. And Noah Janssen for SP Motorsport out of grid 20. Leon Hasty, another Scottish driver, out of grid 21. Teresa Barbichkova, she has been brilliant this weekend, but a DNF puts her further back on the grid than she'd like. The oldest of the 4 Barbichkova siblings, the former W Series Formula 3 driver out of 22, ahead of the Canadian champion Laurent Legault. Lewis Scott out of 24, Charlie Smith, the American-Slovakian Pietro Pons, Lucas Schlegel, watch him out of 27. Matthias Kellera, Lloyd Hare, Elie Galvinin, the third Italian out of grid 30. Lescali, Le Sud in the Sodi Kart, Fernando, 7th in the World Finals last year, Arno Sabaran, Titouan Hoche, and Martin Varga from Hungary scrapes onto the grid in the 36th and final qualifying position out of the 101 drivers who arrived at the Bavarian circuit here earlier in the week to qualify in the pouring rain on Friday. No chance of that here this afternoon. 18 degrees Celsius, beautiful sunshine. And it's Sean Butcher on pole position who leads the field around. The Winter Series champion, lightning quick if he gets the start, if he gets the lead. I hate to say it for the rest of the field, but they will not see which way he went. Has anybody got an answer for the Australian on pole position? We won't start this time. We've got a crash as they come up to the line. Another formation lap because Lizzie Metier and Sebastian Koch have made contact into the final corner. They get back going now. Lizzie crosses the line now. Sebastian crosses the line now. It is kicking off even before we go green here this afternoon at Wackersdorf. Butcher with no idea what's happened behind him. Just thinks it's a normal extra formation lap, wondering if he's made any sort of starting error from pole position. The 22-year-old from grid 1. LG out of grid 2. Lizzie Metier and Sebastian Koch coming together on the formation lap. They are slotting back into position before the red line, the magic red line, which is basically on the rise. Coming into the final part of the circuit. This is the pole sitter, 357, the team from Silverstone in England. The Cosmic, grid 1, 5 heat wins. A dominant pre-final victory this morning. Can anybody stop the 22-year-old London-born Australian for KR Sport? The Cosmic on pole position. Round 1, the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Prokart Wackersdorf Raceland here in Germany. The Australian, the Scotsman share the front row of the grid. We race. Gilbert shoots to the outside. Sean's in the grass. Butcher back to P5 from pole position. A disaster for the pole sitter. Lewis Gilbert launches into the lead. As they come down the hill for the first time, fabulous start from Cameron Nelson, the Welshman. Into second, back into third though. Tino sends it. As Sean back down the inside of the DHR teammates, we go full course yellow. An incident with Pietro Pons, Lloyd Hare and Mehdi Lessoud up into the first corner has seen the track blocked. They're into the barriers. Full course yellow. Wow. A sensational start here at WACKERSDORF. Lloyd Hare, Mehdi Lassoud and Pietro Pons coming together. Austin Lee was also caught up in that. Mehdi Lassoud is okay. He's walking back to the pits unaided. The barriers have been dislodged up into turn one. The drivers are fine though, fortunately, thankfully. And Lewis Gilbert leads. There's the incident. There are the dislodged barriers which need to be corrected before we go back green. So Sean Butcher splits Cameron Nelson and Macaulay Bishop, who came together down into the chicane on the first lap. Butcher was back to P5. He was in the grass off the line. The kart did not go. He just did not get the jump. Lewis Gilbert did. Takes the race lead. Seidler back into second, fighting with Cameron Nelson. Before the full course yellow was thrown, there is our race director on the gantry, Mr. Marco Cardellino, here this weekend, controlling proceedings. Lizzie Mentier, also another victim. She's fallen right down the order. Austin Lee is also out. The German-American has retired, along with Mehdi Lassoud and Lloyd Hare. Full course yellow on lap 2 of the Senior Max final here this afternoon. And at least one more lap, at least. The barriers are almost back into place, but the officials are still on the circuit. Gilbert leads Seidler up to the line. And it's Nelson, Butcher from Bishop in 4 and 5. Well, what a start here this afternoon. We asked the rhetorical question, if anybody has got an answer for Sean Butcher. We know not to fight with the Scotsman. Lewis Gilbert just sent it from the outside front row of the grid. He is the race leader under full course yellow. And Sean Butcher, who has dominated the 101 Senior Max karts here this weekend, he's certainly got a fight on his hand. Firstly, he has to get by the Welshman, Cameron Nelson. The Swiss driver, Tino Seidler, for Strawberry Racing in second place. The Scotsman for Kraft Motorsport. Lewis Gilbert in the CS55 kart. Macaulay Bishop behind. He's the first Englishman from Cam Garrity. Jort van Wyk, Lud Nielsen, Armand Hamilton, and Tom Strel in P10. At least one more lap under full course yellow, we believe. Yes, it is still being displayed around the circuit. So we start lap 4 under full course yellow, hoping to go green next time. Just taking this opportunity to quickly complete that point. The new Silverstone International Circuit to be completed later this year, already been tested virtually with recommendations by Joseph Turney, Denny Curl, Ben Henley and Davison. And Ben Barnacote have given a lot of input to the construction of what is potentially going to be the finest kart racing facility in the world on the inside of turns 5 and 6 at the Silverstone Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit. The 1.4 kilometre track, World Championship level standard, to open later on in 2025. Home base for the KR Sport team, who are hoping to take victory here this afternoon. Their driver, Sean Butcher, who has dominated the weekend though, is back in position 4. The green flag, I can tell you, is being prepared on the start-finish line. It is Lewis Gilbert, Tino Seidler, Cameron Nelson, Sean Butcher, Macaulay Bishop, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Gilbert goes, and once again we race the Senior Max final here at WACKERSDORF. Great restart from Cameron Nelson. Tino Seidler knows he did not get away well and blocks up into turn 4. We race back green in the Senior Max final here at WACKERSDORF. Sean Butcher just patiently waiting for his opportunity to drive by Cameron Nelson. But a fantastic restart for the Craft Motorsport driver. The CS55 kart on your screen, down through the chicane. On this lap 5 of 15, Gilbert leads here at WACKERSDORF. Seidler sideways on the exit. Gets the drive though. And Nelson, with the newly crowned Winter Series champion right behind him. We'll check the gap critically. It's 0.4 of a second. 0.3. Butcher ranging up behind Cameron Nelson, KR Sport. Dan Holland Racing, Strawberry Racing. 2, 3 and 4, Craft Motorsport leading. Back to Bishop and Kian Garrity. So LG P1 in the CS55 kart. And then it's Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing and KR Sport, the three legendary British teams who have gone wheel to wheel over the tracks of Britain, Great Europe and the world over the past 2 decades. They continue racing here this afternoon. You saw that move from Butcher. Takes Nelson for 3rd place. Needs to pull away. Kian Garrity on Macaulay Bishop as well. So it's Lewis Gilbert from Tino Seidler, 0.3 of a second. Fastest on circuit, Good Nielsen, the Dane, in 7th place. Sean Butcher, if he's got any hope of winning here this afternoon, he has clearly been the fastest driver in Germany this weekend. Needs to pull away. If Nelson and Bishop, the 2 Dan Holland Racing teammates, attack, he surely won't win because they'll fight, and Lewis Gilbert will walk away into the distance, only being hounded by Tino Seidler, the DHR teammates. Nelson 304, Bishop just behind in 390. Now Butcher pulls away, glances over his shoulder, confidence boosting for the KR Sport team driver. The gap, 0.8 of a second last time between Butcher and Seidler, stays the same. Tino, 0.3 behind Lewis, who leads. Butcher cannot shake Cameron Nelson or Macaulay Bishop for that matter. And now Tino Seidler, the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart, the newly homologated Racer 401 T chassis for 2025, rides the bumps nicely down through the chicane on the back of the CS55 kart for Craft Motorsport. Into the second hairpin. Critical to get the run. Top speed is affected at the end of the straight by the exit of the 3rd last corner on the track. Wide line from Lewis Gilbert, tries to keep the engine RPM up. The gap stays at 0.3 of a second. The gap is 0.7 now between Butcher and Seidler. We're into the second half of the final. Butcher is catching Seidler. The Scotsman leads. Lap 9 of 15, the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge, the Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion for the 2nd year now here at Procard WACKERSDORF Raceland in Germany. Magnificent circuit built back in 1997. About 1 hour's drive from the 1972 Olympic city of München, or Munich for the rest of us in the English-speaking world. It is the team from Germany with the driver from Scotland here in the south of Germany who lead the Senior Max final here this afternoon. Gilbert across the line at 94 kilometres an hour, 95 kilometres an hour for Nelson. Macaulay Bishop just behind. The gap 0.6 of a second between Butcher and Seidler. Lizzie Mantier, after seemingly being out of this earlier on in the race, she's still there. Not only that, the driver who took pole position at Viterbo just a few weeks ago is well inside the top 10. She's now ahead of Garrity, Nielsen, Aman Hamilton, and the Van Wyk brothers van the Netherlands. Jort and Tees ahead of Sebastian Koch inside the top 10. Fastest on circuit is Sebastian for the Dams Racing team. with a 50 dead, almost into the 49s. Gilbert, perfect out front. He got the start. Butcher was in the grass. Lewis, Gilbert absolutely ruthlessly launching. And the Kraft Motorsport team from the north of Germany, hoping to win here in the south of Germany. The Carlos Sainz, the CS55 kart, which was launched by the now Williams Formula One Grand Prix driver by Cremona, at Cremona by Carlos himself in 2024. Newly homologated for 2025. It is OTK 1, 2 and 3. In the Dan Holland Racing teammates in the Lando Norris karts. Still 0.6 of a second between Butcher and Seidler, who works the steering wheel. Down into turn 6. The track starting to rubber in nicely here. Perfect line from Lewis. Sebastian with a 50.04. Butcher with a 50.1. 50.14 for Seidler, 50.16. There is nothing, just thousands between the leading trio. Seidler is running out of time to attack Gilbert. Bishop, Nelson, Nielsen, Gerety, Mentier, Hamilton, Yacht, then Ties van Wijk, Sebastian Koch, still the fastest on circuit. 3 laps to race. 3.6 kilometers, roughly 2 miles here. 0.4 of a second between Lewis and Tino. And a similar distance now between Butcher and Seidler. It's looking good for Lewis. A perfect start. We went full course yellow briefly early on. But the former British champion, who finished second in the world, vice world champion in the Rotax Max Grand Finals 3 years ago. Second at Le Mans last year as well. Looks over his shoulder, crests the rise. 2 laps to race this time. It's looking good as Knud Nielsen puts in a 49.9. The Dane is fastest in P6. The penultimate lap of the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Sean will not win this. Tino cannot attack. Lewis Gilbert just perfect. From the notorious outside front row of the grid. Just centered into the lead, fires it. Down the inside, Butcher was in the grass. There's Nielsen on the back of the DHR duo of Bishop and Nelson. A perfect drive, Kraft Motorsport looking for their second victory here this afternoon. Scotland looking for their second win. Lewis looks back over his shoulder. The gap is over half a second. This is the last lap of the first weekend of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Half a second between Gilbert and Seidler. 3/10 now between the Swiss and Australians in second and third. Lewis Gilbert on his way to victory here this afternoon. A perfect drive. Sean Butcher, 5 heat victories, a dominant pre-final win. He'll stand on the podium this afternoon, but not on the top step. Lewis Gilbert will win the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Out of the final hairpin, he crests the rise. The Scotsman wins. Lewis Gilbert rounds the final corner. The checkered flag waves. Gilbert wins here in WACKERSDORF. A fantastic victory for the Scotsman. Seidler second. And Butcher, after dominating all weekend, finishes on the podium, but only on the third step. Bishop, Nelson, Nielsen, Hamilton, Gerety, Ties van Wijk and Lizzie Mentier does finish in 10th place. Lewis Gilbert wins round 1 of the 2025 European Championships here at WACKERSDORF. Kraft Motorsport take their second victory of the afternoon. The Carlos Sainz CS55 kart, newly homologated for 2025, manufactured by OTK. Just faultless. Time to wheel out the cliches. Saved his best hand till last. Didn't play his cards too early. whichever you'd like. We'll just simply say that Lewis Gilbert has dominated round 1 of the European Championships and takes a 2-point lead into the second round of the series at Třinec in the Czech Republic on June the 8th. 162 points to Lewis Gilbert, Sean Butcher 160, Cameron Nelson 149, Seidler, who finishes second after the first round of the series, is fourth on 148 points from Bishop on 141, tied with Kian Garrity. Yort 7, Tees 8th in the series. This is on 139 and 135 points. But the afternoon belongs to Lewis Gilbert, and Craft Motorsport take their second victory of the afternoon. A sensational start to the first round of the European Trophy. Lewis Gilbert takes victory in the Senior Max final. Seidler second, Butcher third. From Bishop, Nelson, Nielsen, who did finish with the fastest lap of the race, did the Dane for RS competition. Aman Hamilton, the second Australian inside the top 10 from Kian Garrity. Ties van Wyk, the first of the Van Wyk brothers, out of Lizzie Mantier, and then Yort in triple three. Also Van the Netherlands just outside the top 10, ahead of Sebastian Koch, who was setting fastest lap after fastest lap earlier on in the race. Langlois, Hasty, Teresa Babichkova finishing in 15th. After a strong weekend before we go to her home country, the Czech Republic, for the next round of the series, a place ahead of Lewis Goff. Olivier Jonkers, after taking pole position on Friday afternoon. OJ for the Dams Racing Team finishes in 17th position. The afternoon, the day, belongs to Lewis Gilbert. He wins round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenger Euro Trophy here at WACKERSDORF. Stay with us. You're watching us live. The first round of the European Series, the Senior Max, the podium presentation, live from here at Procart WACKERSDORF Raceland in just a moment. The Senior Max drivers making their way up to the podium. Craft Motorsport take their second victory of the afternoon. Don't forget, we go to Třinec in the Czech Republic, June the 8th, for the second round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. So the Australian, Swiss and Scottish drivers make their way up to the podium here. Sean, Tino and Lewis. Craft Motorsport, their second victory of the afternoon. Yes, the second round of the championship at Trinec in the Czech Republic on June the 8th, before we go to Karting Genk in Belgium. And the final round at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sarno, in southern Italy on the first week of September. The podium for the first round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Senior Max. In third place for the KR Sport team, Sean Butcher. Second place from Switzerland for Strawberry Racing, Tino Seidler. The second Craft Motorsport victory of the afternoon, the second Scottish victory of the afternoon. What a start, what a drive, what a race. The winner of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for Craft Motorsport, Lewis Gilbert. And Killian Craft representing the winning team, Craft Motorsport. Once again, we'd like to call on the owner of the magnificent Pro-Kart WACKERSDORF Raceland, Mr. Stefan Fritsch, to present the third place trophy to Sean Butcher. Second place to Tino Seidler. And the winner of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Scotland for Craft Motorsport, Lewis Gilbert. And Craft Motorsport, the winning team, represented by Killian Craft. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for the first round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Third place, Sean Butcher. Second, Tino Seidler. And Lewis Gilbert wins here in WACKERSDORF. That wraps up the first round of the Euro Trophy for 2025. 239 drivers from around the world here in beautiful German sunshine here at WACKERSDORF. From here we go to the steel ring at Trinec Circuit on June the 8th. Just near the Slovakian and Polish borders for the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge presented by WSK Promotion. But on behalf of Mr. Stefan Fritsch and the team at Pro-Kart WACKERSDORF Raceland, everybody at Rotax and everybody at WSK Promotion, thanks for watching. We'll see you at the steel ring in the Czech Republic on June the 8th. Auf Wiedersehen from Germany.